Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Hi, Erika. Thank you so much for joining me today. Hi. Would you believe I decided not to eat, but my voice still sounds like this? Maybe it's nervousness. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me today on a Tuesday, a Tippa Tuesday stream. Let's go. It just keeps happening. But today we're changing it up a little bit. Why? I don't know. It just seems right. Today, yes, we are going to be doing our usual Pomodoro, but we're only going to do like an hour. 1 whole hour. Not like, 45 minutes and a 15-minute break. No, 60 minutes of Pomodoro. And then when we're done, we'll go ahead and we'll talk about notes together. Yay. And then from there, I think I'll do the Quizlets by myself, and then I'm supposed to be meeting up with a classmate in a few hours, maybe around 5, 4. Depends on when I end the stream. And we're supposed to talk about notes. So in order to prepare myself to not sound like a completely babbling idiot, I will politely warm up with you cubs, okay? So then by the time I talk to my classmate or mates plural, I will be so cool and I'll be an expert. But really, overall, I'm not really worried about today's exam. Like, I am, but I'm not. It could be worse out there, cubs. I'm just kind of smooth sailing right now, but I hope you cubs had a wonderful Tuesday. I know the Tuesday is still going. It's only like 1 o'clock here in Bearcat Mountain, but let me tell you cubs, let me say my hellos. I'll talk to you cubs about my day. I'll tell you cubs some pretty good news. Maybe not all in that order, but at least let me get my hellos out of the way, okay? Okay! Hi, Robo. Hi, welcome! Let's go! Let's go! Hi, Kip. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. Hi, welcome! Nana, hi, welcome as well. Thank you for the tip-a-da-da! Sorry, why is my voice cracking? I'm going through, puberty. Kino, hi, welcome! And Atomic, thank you so much for the look. I appreciate ya. Have a good lunch. I don't know what I ate. I ate a few Oreos, and I ate a banana, I ate a granola bar, and I chugged some water, so hopefully I'll get some actual food in my system. I still have leftovers of that one leftover I showed you cubs a little bit, my leftovers from Thursday, but I got home at like 12:40, and now it's like 1:13, so I'm like, I'll eat later. So I hope you cubs are getting a good lunch or breakfast, lunch, or dinner, wherever hecking time zone you're in. Do as I say, not as I do kind of thing right now. So I promise I'll have enough brain power to get through today's stream. So yay! Hi Seth, hi, welcome. And hi Johnson, hi, welcome. Gamer, brother DLC win, brother. When they release it, I'll be there first in line. You know. And hi Bells, hi, Galmer, Yapper, brother. I have 2 titles now. Well, welcome on in. Welcome. Alright, I'm more excited about the good news. So, good news! Yay! So, you know that one game I was telling you cubs about where I'm like, oh, I really want to play it. Right? It was an FPS, it was a shooter, it was very colorful. I had signed up for their testing, what do they classify it as? I think it's like closed alpha testing? Something like that. Either way, I am happy to announce that I got picked as one of the testers. I got the email while I was at work, and I'm like, wow, punking out! So if you're not familiar with Fragpunk, it's what do you call it? I know it's like a common theme. We're ongoing with this. Hold on, let me pull up their website. But I'm really happy. Or I'm really excited because, again, I've been wanting to play a shooter game that makes me feel the same joy as Overwatch does. And so I'm really hoping this is the case because I really like the art direction. I really like their gimmick of like, oh, the game could change in so many ways, 70 different ways. And I can appreciate, but I'll see how it goes, how quick each round goes, because apparently it's only 2.5 minutes, so you can't just be like a rat, and I love being a rat, so I don't know. You got it's my voice, sorry. It's forcing you to be like very action packed, so I'm really excited to try it out. So that's what we'll do on Friday. Yay! I'm just filled with schedule changes today, so you have to forgive me, you know? You recently gone to Strive Nova? And it feels really good? Hold on. We're Googling. I'm learning together. Third-person tactical competitive shooter anime style. Oh, they're not kidding. This is anime. Hey, is this just Valorant ode anime girls? Sorry. I only say that because they have that little like I've only played Valorant a handful of times. They have a thing to detonate. Whatever it's called. Let's see. Closed beta testing, blah 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 blah. Don't get me wrong, the anime girls are cute. I'm a sucker for anime girls, so I won't be mad. When is it supposed to come out? Coming soon? Well, whenever it's not in closed beta, I will definitely try to see about trying it out. But it's just so funny because it really, I'm not gonna lie to you. It is a weird mix of Valorant and maybe some aesthetic picks from Overwatch. And I know, yes, nothing's original in this world, blah, 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 blah. But some things are a little too on the nose. They can legit turn sideways to be 2D to dodge bullets? Okay, brother, you sold me. Alright, we're here. I'm here. I need to see the dodging. I need to like pull the Matrix or something like that and be like, oh, 2D. Oh my goodness. Well, hi Connie. Hi, hey, welcome. Pretty sure they copied Gibraltar from the Overwatch map for map. Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie. I know this sounds really stupid, but I'm like, do I have an image? Do I have an image? Rip! Hi, Rip! Look, Rip! I was talking about old new art. Look, we're right here. Okay, but going back. I'm like, this map looks like, I don't know. Maybe I'm being stupid if I say it. It just looks a little familiar, that's all. Anyway, bam. No more speculation. I'm glad that you're having fun with the game. But hi, Rip. Hi. Winston Overwatch. I want this shirt. So Rip, hold on. I'll also grab the picture. Hold on. La 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 la. La 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 la. Man, I'm saving it from Twitter. No. Okay. Oh goodness, it's so big. Put the screen. Look at this shirt. Winston Overwatch. I want this. I don't. It looks so poopy, but like but that's like the point. If I could just wear it once without it ripping, I'd be so happy. Other people would know. Other people would know that I play this awful game. Alright! Hi gamer, welcome. Hold on, let me before I get too caught up. Welcome. Nona says it's easy to dodge when you're 2D. Yeah, I wish I had that problem. I don't. 3D. Good old times, honestly. I went through a whole like, oh my goodness, went through so much art like early 2020 or late 2020s, early 2021. So I'm like, oh, Pog. That's very sweet, very cute, very happy with it. Yeah. So that's the good news. Oh wait, Robo says it fits perfect with the snake shirt. Exactly. I need more like ironic shirts. Please and thank you. I need more. I need my closet to be filled with really shitty graphics. No, you know, honestly, I know it sounds kind of dumb, but an aspiration of mine that I wanted when I was like younger is that I realized I didn't have a lot of graphic tees. I And I know it's like, Tippa, you don't want a lot of graphic tees. That's not the aesthetic nowadays. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Either way, I don't care, whatever, right? But now that I'm glad because I'm a forever 17-year-old, you know, who has income from her hitman job, which I'll talk about a little bit later because that's the funny haha story for today. And yeah, my class has been filling up with silly things like this. So I want this silly shirt. I have the silly snake shirt. I don't think I told you Cubs this, but I have a eat, sleep, repeat Fortnite shirt. It's something, okay? I don't know, I just think they're so funny. But yeah, I've been slowly but surely collecting a few graphic tees, but not in like the typical sense. Like these ironic sense ones, or the I don't know, like really cutesy ones, like the ones I got at Fanime are super cute, you know? But yeah, I put this away. Caleb, hi, welcome. Luna, hi, welcome. And Mr. Gray, hi, welcome. So many friends, gamers, I'm so blessed. Hi, welcome. welcome. But yeah, for the Cubs coming on in, I got into Frag Punk. I got into it. I should probably show the Steam page. So I'm really excited about that, and that's what we're gonna play Friday, and hopefully it's good. And if it's not good, good thing we have all of Friday to spend together. But Cubs, remind me that I have to appear offline on Discord. Remember, Cubs, I lied about missing my pinning ceremony on Friday so I could stream. TLDR, there's a little graduation ceremony to send off my cohort or my class, to, you know, be like, wow, you're gonna go out into the field and start practicing? Well, we're gonna have you walk on stage so you can receive a pin to notify this big moment of yours. And I'm like, I really don't want to be on stage. And there's no one gonna be there for me. Like, my family and friends can't make it because it's on like a Friday at 5 p.m. It's a couple of hours away. And then I have to figure out my rooming situation, which has been a weird issue for the past few weeks. So I'm like, how about I don't do that? How about I don't? So I decided that I was going to lie, and I was going to be like, hey, LMAO, I actually can't do it because of work. But is it really lying if I'm actually working? I mean, you know, do what you love, and I love streaming. And guys. But yeah, no, it just kind of sucks. There's like multiple factors that I yapped about in the past, but I just need to make sure it's more believable, so I have to hide myself. Unfortunately, my class is on Discord, and not that they're all tech savvy, but they can obviously see Tiffany. Oh, that's my government name. Sorry, ignore that. Anyway, Tipanya. I'm streaming, blah 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 blah. Like however you see in my what do you call it? A Discord status. So it's like, oh dang. So make sure to tell me to hide, remember. But I'm excited to play. Caleb says, like, is it like an Overwatch thing? Yeah, it looks kind of like it. It's a 5v5, which was like, oh, Overwatch? No, I'm just kidding. Other games have 5v5. But it's another FPS, it's action, and it's gonna be free to play when it's officially out. So I'm really excited to see if I do like the game, if I can rope more friends and Cubs into it. And maybe I could be like, this gonna sound so stupid and so hipster. I'm like, what if we could become like OGs of the series? What if the game is good? So that's like my hopes. But again, I'm just trying to find like I feel like a druggie when I say I need to get high. I need to get the same high I get from Overwatch. I need to find a different game. I need to find a game that gives me that same rush. And so really hoping. But yeah. But yeah, big oof. They'll never know. Val says, but you're leaving. I know you're leaving, but Fragpunk Beta isn't gonna be around forever. Exactly. Technically the beta opens, I think, in 2 days. Whatever 2 days is. Thursday, if I'm even remembering correctly. And I think it's like Thursday to Monday is the beta, so we're gonna go ahead and do that Friday. Yay! Claudia's like, I'm not doing my graduation ceremony. Just mail me the diploma and I'm getting Codestone to celebrate. Brother, I wish. For my graduate program, I will do my graduation. I forget what stream it was that we talked about it, but I've never done my graduation anytime before that. I never done it for my associate, my bachelor's, because I'm like, don't care. This is not the end for me, so I can't. There's like no reason to celebrate right now. I'm doing like the bare minimum in my mind. So, yeah, streaming is work. So logical. The seasons you transfer Lord Caleb into Overwatch? Oh yeah, it is. It is. Caleb, but they have the whole season dedicated to Zentai. Please. 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 Feel free to join. Overwatch is a free game, smiley emoji. It's just an easy download away, smiley emoji. Would love to play with more friends, smiley emoji. I'll even give up at my Thursday Overwatch stream if you want to play together, so I don't play comp. But I was so excited. I might have lost my charger again for the heart monitor, right? But I ordered another one that's coming in tomorrow. But I'm gonna have the heart rate monitor again for Overwatch. It's gonna be so exciting when I play comp. I love seeing my heart rate that's normally like 60 to go up to 100. I love that. That's my favorite. I love working out while sitting and getting sweaty. Yay! So I look forward to it. You found the charger? Yeah! Online, so I can reorder it because I couldn't find the charger in the short-term notice, and I actually have a box full of chargers, but I actually can't find that one, so I'm kind of like panicking. And so I'm like, oh god, did I lose that during the move? Because it's been a while since I used a lot heart rate monitor last time, and you know, actually it was charged last time when we used it for Elden Ring. But I can't find it, so I decided to order it again. I mean, what's an $8 investment, you know? So yeah, it should be coming in tomorrow, so I can have heart rate monitor again, and I'll put it in a super safe place this time. I thought I really did put it in my box of chargers, but I kind of scattered the chargers on the floor looking for it, and I'm like, oh, it's not here. Oh, this is a later issue. Places chargers on bed, goes on with day, sleeps with chargers. Anyway, so please look forward to it, okay? Just gonna be hopped up on so much adrenaline. I am! I love playing comp. I love getting sweaty, but I also really like showing off my skills. And I like the idea that I can improve, and there's a... No, I don't know if this counts, but a relatively objective way to show that I'm improving by increasing my Overwatch rank. Doesn't that sound great? I can't wait to get out of gold and get back to my real title of plat, so then when I play with other people, they could be like, wow, you're so cool. Because again, for whatever reason, I'm craving the approval of others for God knows whatever reason. No, but it's obviously just for me too, because I love improving, and you know, this might go on a weird tangent, but that's why I'm really excited to get back into art. I mentioned this, I think, yesterday's stream, and seeing the improvements with that, because once I go to Yeehaw Land, I really won't have the same hobbies that I would like to have if I was at home. You know what I mean? I don't really have the liberty to be a gamer anymore. And I can't wait to see the improvement, even if it's like within a few weeks, to be like, oh, I've been doodling more, a little bit more, and I've been trying to get out of my comfort zone, and look, I drew this the first day here, and now 6 weeks later, consistently drawing, look where I am now. I love growth. I love that for us. Anyway, gaming's prohibited in Texas? Brother, you say that, but once I win the lotto, you're gonna catch me at a round 1. Unfortunately, they don't have round 1s where I am in Bearcat Mountain, not to start doxing myself. Dox my government name, dox my location. But I've been to round 1 before, because I've been to Yeehaw Land before, and I guess other places that do have a round 1, I guess more local. And it's actually a ton of fun, and they have like the rhythm game that I really like. My? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And so I'm really excited to invest my time and my hard-earned student loan money to play a little bit more, because I want to get good on that. I was in line in Fanime for the arcade. Like, it was so embarrassing. I really didn't know what to do at Fanime. If I wasn't cosplaying, if I didn't do any panels, I didn't know what to do, so I hung out at the arcade with Rosali. And it was Rosali's first time playing my, and then all we did was wait in line. That was our thing that we did every day we were there. Go wait in the line for my, and there was always this particular pattern of 2 people in front of us, and it was like 3 rounds per person, so it's like 12 to 15 minutes, and we just waited there. We became kind of like indirect friends with the arcade staff because they're like, "Oh, are you guys new?" And I'm like, "No, I've played it once or twice," and then they're giving tips and they're so kind, but it's just so embarrassing to be like, "Oh, I'm recognized now because I'm the bearcat who's waiting for the My game every day, at least 1 to 3 times a day." Oh. Now that's gonna be me at round 1. Oh. Anyway, I'm very excited. But yeah, Claudia says we have 4 round 1s in LA. Too bad it's like 100 for a good night. Yeah, that's my biggest thing. I don't want to spend money. It's like, Tippa, what? Maybe I'll get into the other rhythm game, the one that you slide, kind of like the Hatsune Miku Project Sec thing. Maybe I'll just download the app and get my rhythm game fix from that, you know? But yeah. But we'll see. We'll figure it out together. And even if I go to a round 1, I'm not entirely sure. I would like to go at least once though. There's like a lot of things I would like to do in Yeehaw Land. I hope I don't harass fast too much about it. Cause I know it sounds kind of dummy. I don't mind doing things alone. I don't have a car, so I can drive, and I can drive myself places. But I just think it's much more fun to go with people. I think having a shared experience is a wonderful thing. Not to sound really sentimental about it or anything, but like, I know a few people, even in my recent friend, or one of my, oh my gosh, recently one of my friends in my friend group, I guess, because that's where friends are, did like a solo trip to Japan, and it's just one of those things where I'm like, no, I get the solo trip, but you know, I get it. If this is something that you want to do, you could go ahead and do it. I'm not going to stop you. I think obviously going to Japan relatively safe. I know this sounds really dumb. I'm like, as a girl, travel solo is like the most scariest thing to me. So even if there was that fear or not, I would still say live your dreams. But I was just like, no, even if it's the paranoia or not, I just still think if you travel with at least one other person to just do anything, it's just much more funner that way, you know? But yeah. Robo says, relatable. The last con I went to, I sat on every bench in the venue and just existed. Every bench? I don't know if this is getting popular in your conventions, but you know the ribbons? Something that I think was like early 2000s, but it's having like a comeback now. You should get bench warmer ribbon and then put it underneath your badge. I think that's a proud accomplishment. It's like a little bingo board. Actually, speaking of like bingo board, I know I was actually planning this. This is not a this is not me being like, oh wow. Someone made a bingo board. You know how I was telling you Cubs yesterday? I'm like, oh, there's a lot of nostalgia on my feed about being a 2020s VTuber. Someone made an old VTuber bingo. I'm very excited to fill it out. I tried to fill it out at work, but I don't think I got a bingo. Does that sound silly? I don't think I got a bingo even with everything, so I feel a little sad. That's okay, it's okay. Excuse me. Huh? So says Tippa, it's okay. One day you could just dump all the monies onto JP arcade rhythm games. I know, and that's the day I'm waiting for. When I get my big girl career, you hecking bet I'm going to, I don't know, be more comfortable spending $20. Be like, okay, that's good enough for me. Oh my goodness. Rip says, let's have a shared experience of playing Fortnite. Gamer, listen, if I literally did not have my practical in, let's see, what time is it? 1:34. In like 5.5 hours, I would take you up on that offer. Thursday? I don't know, I just have an assignment that I have to do, but maybe I'll speedrun it, you know? And then I could play Fortnite and Overwatch. I could be a god gamer. Or sorry, a god gamer. Okay, I'll stop being like an absolute dork. Anyway. Oh, let me tell you the thing that happened at work today. So, Cubs, you know how I work as a hitman, right? And sometimes we schedule these like hitman stuff, and you know, we give the opportunity for people to know beforehand of like, hey, if you don't want to get hit, someone has sent a hit out on you, we're expected to be here around this time, okay? Make sure you know, and do whatever you gotta do, okay? And it's like, oh, okay, sure, whatever. So this lady, so this is a really important day for this lady, life or death literally for this lady. And I call her to give her the heads up, like, hey, remember the scheduled thing that you had months in advance, by the way? Well, I'm here. And she's like, I'm actually too busy right now. And I said, what? She's like, I'm at the DMV right now. I'm like, lady? Well, normally when you do a hitman job, you like to do it in private. So I would like you to be in a private place. And she's like, no. So it's like a weird thing. I had to like message my supervisor, like, this lady's at the DMV. What are we supposed to do in this situation? And I'm like, ma'am, did you know that you have this at this time? She's like, yes. And I'm like, but you still scheduled the DMV. And she's like, yes. And I said, okay. All right, this is I'm just gonna go. So that was definitely the highlight of my day. I just thought it was really silly. Not for anything, and not to give away my job, but why would you double book yourself in that regard ever? Especially when the DMV, not for anything. I don't think people make appointments. A lot of people just walk in. So I'm like, this lady made this conscious effort to like, I don't know, what is the word? Jeopardize herself is so funny to me. People are just so funny. Anyway, that wasn't as funny because I can't give you the exact details, but it was just hilarious. It was my last thing I had to do for the day. So I'm like, ma'am, you just made my life easier. I'm going home now. Good luck with your life. Whatever happens, happens, but I'm not going to be a part of it. Infiltrate the DMV? No. Gosh, it's so crowded. And, I just have a bad experience with the DMV. It's not that bad. I'm just stupid, okay? The reason why I don't like the DMV is, one, I always go there with an appointment because I hate wasting time. Two, I'll never forget the time that I knew my license was about to expire and I chose it to expire, and then I took the same ID to take my GRE, my graduate readiness exam, so I can, you know, get a good score and apply to grad school, but my license was expired. So the lady at the testing center is like, ma'am, I can't take this. And it really sucks because I was just there, you know, just maybe like a week ago because I needed to renew my tags on my car. And I was like, oh, my license is gonna expire. But at the time I was working for a fast food restaurant, so I was in my fast food outfit. I was in my fast food clothes and my fast food hat. And I'm like, I am not taking a photo like this. I'm not gonna have this photo for years to come to like haunt me. I'm just not gonna let it happen. But at the testing center, the lady noticed that my license had expired, and she's like, ma'am, this is not what do you call it? What is the word? This is not an appropriate government ID. This is expired. We can't use this because it's expired. I'm like, ma'am, that's still me. You just needed the ID to identify my first name, last name, and my address, right? And she's like, yeah, but because it's expired, we don't accept this. And I'm like, I'm going to kill you in Minecraft. And so that day I told the story, but that day I just didn't take the test. I had to pay $300 to retake the test. Like if I was doing it for like a third or like another attempt basically. And I was just so mad. I'm like, never again. Never again. I must have been to the DMV since. How did I renew my I don't know. The story's all wonky. My memory's not that great, to be honest. Are my tags gonna expire this month? wait, now there's a lot of things to like unpack and contemplate. Did I do it online? Like what? What did I do? Anyway, whatever. Anyway, Cubs. Pomodoro? Pomodoro. Huh? Who needs a DMV when you can already knew at AA? What's the AA? Let's see. No, I'm not getting it. Or AAA. I was like, what? Wow, that is cool. You know, I think I will keep that in mind. I think my tax might expire this year. I feel like I have to go outside and look at my car. I'm like possessed by this idea now. But I'm pretty sure I did it for 2 years. But I'm like now thinking, I'm like, has it been 2 years? No, I don't want. Maybe. Anyway, no, I don't think so. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted because I really don't want to study. So wham 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 wham. Nice. All right, Cubs. But this is what we'll do. Here's the plan. The plan is simple. We do 1 hour Pomodoro after a 3-minute ad break. Why? I don't know. Maybe walking and making a fun gamer drink for me would inspire me to do better or something. And after that, after our 1 hour, yes, 60-minute Pomodoro session, I'll go ahead and I will become the Yap Master and we'll review some notes together. It shouldn't actually take too long, to be honest. I know some of the Yap sessions for our lectures can go up for like 4 hours or something like that of just yapping. This actually is pretty quick, and some of the concepts are just it is what it is sort of thing, so wham wham. But yeah, let's go ahead and take that little baby break. But hi Hack! Hi, thank you so much and enjoy the lurk. Thank you. But yeah, actually before we do that, yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Alright, we'll go ahead and pin that. And now I can get skedaddle. So I'll see you Cubs in about 3 whole hecky minutes! And then we'll get into it. And we'll lock it in. And yada 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 yada. See you soon, okay? Bye! Ta-da! 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 Oh, transition? Okay, bye! everyone! Hi, and welcome to any couple who just came on in. Welcome! I didn't spend the 3 minutes making a fun drink. I ended up looking for Baby Peas because she was in her usual spots and she was meowing. She's like meow meow, and I'm like, oh, Baby Peas, where are you? And then after like probably 2 minutes, ba-bang. I found her, so I just decided to pet her the entire time and then sip some water. So hopefully I will have the energy. Ta-dang, ta-dang, ta-dang. Hopefully we'll have the energy to continue with our first Pomodoro session. But thank you for the welcome back. Thank you. I will get the fun drink afterwards to, I guess, motivate me. I don't know. Anyway. So, even though we have one Pomodoro session together, let's do our best for the 60 minutes that were allotted, okay? Okay, so let's do task, space, and whatever the heck you need to do. I'm going to review over Bino's notes. That's gonna be what I'm doing. That's what I'll do for the next 60 minutes. And then after the 60 minutes, we'll go ahead and take our usual 15-minute break. Might take a little bit longer, maybe not really quite sure. And we'll go ahead and start doing our little yap session where you'll basically be like, Tippa, so what were you studying for the past few Pomodoros? Well, I'm glad you asked, Cups, because now I'm going to literally word vomit it all to you! Yay! But yeah, I'll see you, Cups, in just a little bit, so please have a good... what do you call it? Please have a good first and only Pomodoro session. As always, I'll go ahead and mute myself. I will go ahead and blast the music, and I'll see you Cubs in a little bit. Okay? Okay. See you soon. Bye. My goodness, sorry gamers about that. Bring. Alright, I know I'm a little bit over and I know we're already having break for about 2 minutes now. Brother, I'm being so silly right now, but bring. You heard the timer and you hear my voice. We are done with our first and last Pomodoro session. I'm so sorry, I had to take the extra time to message classmates because it's like a long story, which I don't mind, but let me say my highs and then pretty much go from there. But we are going to eventually, after this break, go ahead and transition to our Yap session, where basically I get to go through the notes with you cubs, and I try to make it colorful, and I put images, and maybe something will stick, you know? But yeah, hi to every cub that was coming on in. Welcome. And hi Dread, hi, welcome. Hi Isaac, hi DV, hi Pata. Oh, did I miss it? Hi Julian. Hi Double, hi Karma, hi Tazzle. Oh, did I? Hi Mai. Hi Average. I hope I didn't miss any other cub. But good job, you made it. I made it. I'm so happy. So the study guide that I made, right? Normally I said I'd post it, and you heard me go through my edgy arc where I'm like, I don't know if I should share. But then I got nervous. I'm like, wait, what if I shouldn't share? I don't know. I got really nervous because it has Quizlet links in there now. And not that Quizlets are cheating, it's not like, oh, these are the test bank questions or whatever, but some people would consider Quizlets cheating, which I think is a very weird approach. And as someone who's towards the end of their program, I am pretty sure all of us as a cohort do not care, and we do use Quizlets just to study, to get the material, whatever. But I got nervous posting it, so I just sent it to a few direct people. Like, I sent it to my friend group, and I sent it, and that's what was taking me a little while. I was sending it to 2 other people because they came up to me and they're like, hey, this really helped me out. And I'm like, I'm so glad this helped you out. I'm gonna send it to you directly. So sorry I'm not posting this in public. I just got weirdly nervous about it. So hopefully that helps them out too. Now, how much does it actually help them if the exam's in like 3 hours? Hopefully a lot. Anyway, hi, welcome on in. Welcome. I think I'm just a little bit scarred. This is really early on. I don't think I told you cubs this ever. Wow, I'm so sherry today or lately. I feel like I've been saying that statement for a while. Like, I don't think I told you cubs this, but very early on into my program, so we're talking about 2 years ago. There was a guy in my program who ended up getting left behind because he ended up getting a D in one of his courses, so he had to drop down to the cohort below him so he can retake this course, you know? But what had happened is that eventually he was hanging out with the cohort and had found like an answer test bank or whatever to one of the exams. Like full on, here are the question, here are the answers. And this was not a Quizlet, this was like a completely different source apparently. And for whatever reason, he sent it to his group chat, I think like less than an hour before the exam. And he's like, yeah, I hope this helps people. And everyone dipped from that group chat because they didn't want to be associated with cheating and blah 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 blah. And one person actually ended up reporting him, and so he ended up getting kicked out of the program, which is insane. I think it's more insane because one of the professors is like, well, I don't know how many people looked at that test bank or not, so I think the whole cohort should be kicked out. And I'm just like, how, like, I don't use this word lightly, but how hecked up would that have been if one person's screw up would have like kicked you out of a program and ruined your like strives in getting the career that you wanted, you know? Absolutely insane. But I think it's because we've been talking about the story more, because we're like, yeah, whatever happened to that guy? And it's like, wait, you didn't hear? This is what happened. And it's like, whoa, oh my god, you know what I mean? So it's like, oh. And so what I'm doing is not cheating. It's literally my notes that I copy and paste, but because I have those Quizlet links, and if for whatever reason this circles around to future cohorts, I just don't want my name attached to it. So I'm kind of like, yep, if you select people, good luck, have fun. I hope you are active on Discord, you see this, and I hope it helps you out. Smiley emoji. Anyway, hi Hump, hi, welcome on in, welcome Galmer, welcome. And yes, to my bright observant cubs, we do have a peace cam. Now, why is she like this? She's like balled up, hold on. There you go. I fixed it. We could see peace cam, we could see peace and HD. Da-dang. She's just a baby, leave her alone. Hi SG, hi, welcome. She is just a baby. She's a baby who can't wear a little eye mask, so she has to put her little paw over her eye. She is so cute. She's snuggling right now and I love her. I love her. She's so cute. She looks like the Sonic character from Sonic the guy, the Sonic the Hedgehog. It looks like if she just put her hands in a different way, she would look like that pose of him jumping, or with his leggies weird. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Hold on, I'm pulling up the picture. Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah! Sonic Adventure Park! That's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's what she's doing. Aren't you excited? Oh my goodness. Yeah, totally. Brother! Use your imagination a little bit. She's just a cat. Anyway. But yeah, so that's what I've been up to. Yay. So I hope you cubs have been doing super good, and I really again hope you did have a good Pomodoro session. Hi baby. Pog! Catcam! Okay, we're gonna go ahead and transition to a little bit to our Yap session. I'm going to go ahead and get that set up in just a moment. We only have 3 hours before the exam, and though I'm like, oh, that's plenty of time, I really think we'll go to the notes really quickly. I still want to give myself like an hour at least. I told my classmate I would meet up around 5 too, so hopefully I can get this done ideally in a nice in-between compromise number or time of an hour and a half. So the sooner I do that and the sooner I get set up, the closer I am to reaching to my goal that I just established 30 seconds ago. So let's go ahead and get to it. Say bye to baby peas in case. Bye baby peas. Bye baby peas. Love you baby peas. You got this gamer back on the grind? Honestly, just like Sonic Adventure, right? I'm pretty sure he grinds or something, right? That's like Tony Hawk? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Never played this game before. But yeah, I will definitely be back on the grind, and unfortunately I will be back on the grind tomorrow. And Adventure 2, yes? I'm gonna play Adventure 2. That's gonna be my goal. Before the movie, have to play Sonic. But yeah, let me alright. Bye baby peas. I see you in a little bit. Goodbye, baby cubs. I see you in a little bit. Let this 3-minute ad play and then we'll get set up and then life will be good, okay? Okay, 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 okay! I can't believe Tippa's playing through all of Sonic. I wouldn't even know where to start. I'll start in whatever order I think it works. Sonic Adventure 2? Frontier? That one that SG likes because it's made by that guy. Maybe his name is Tyler Hess? I don't remember. And he made the game good again? Okay, I'm gonna leave. I don't remember his name. Tyler, Kyle. I'm pretty sure his name's Tyler. I don't know. Anyway, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye. Tyson. Oh. Okay, bye. This whole setup is good. Yay. Sorry. I was here for a little bit, but I got my my go-to, I'm not gonna show you, but my blue drink. Maybe I could show you. Hold on. It's in the same bub cup. I can't wait for this to find out that's like bad for my health. But it's the same Persona drink. I gave myself the incentive, like, hey, if I make it through the 60 minutes of Pomodoro, which it's not really much of incentive because the time was gonna pass anyway. But if I was gonna make it through 60 minutes or one Pomodoro session, I will treat myself to anime blue drink. And that's what I'm doing right now. So yay! Hi to every cub that Mia just came in. Hi Daffy, hi, welcome on in. Let me go ahead and take a sip and then we'll kind of just get this party started because it's already 3 o'clock, so I'm like, hello. Oh god, I have a final tonight. I promise I don't mean to be absolutely miserable with it, but I'm just like, I feel so burnt out. Alright, let me sip though, hold on. Alright. Stay strong. Thank you. Alright, so Dippo, what are we actually learning today? So what we're learning today is the later half of my soft tissue course. So a lot of it's not just like, ooh, technique, massage. A lot of it's still, hey, what does this do on the body? How does the body react to it? How does the body know how to react to it? So it's a lot of more biology and anatomy still. So sorry for not seeing any funky bones. We will get to talk about muscles in a little bit, but that's all I got. But let's talk about some neuromechanical aspects of myofascial pathology and manipulation. So it seems really overwhelming, but thankfully we're pretty much narrowing down to the mechanoreceptors. So let's actually take a step back and let you know that this is some of the basic afferent neurology of connective tissue. Afferent basically just means that it's a sensory component. How will our body basically process or translate sensory information? Sensory can be anywhere from mechanical receptors, so basically touch, our proprioception, where we are in space, what we're feeling, nociceptors, which is pain, thermoreceptors, which is temperature, so hot or cold, and then our chemoreceptors, which are just basically chemicals. But we're going to be focusing again on mechanical receptors only. So what the heck are they? So easy! So these are specialized neurons that are going to transmit mechanical deformation information. So basically any type of movement into these electric signals that get sent to our spinal cord and then our central nervous system, so our spinal cord, our brain, and basically we get to decide what we're doing with that information. All these, the mechanical receptors, the nociceptor, chemical receptor, thermoreceptors, are all going to be influenced by movement, temperature, and just our general physiology. Yay. And all these are going to affect our cardiovascular, so our heart rate, our blood pressure, etc., and the respiratory system. So, our inhalation, exhalation. I'm like, oh. But yeah, mechanical receptors are found in our musculoskeletal system. So muscle, skeletal bone, vascular system, and in our skin. There are 3 types of mechanical receptors within the muscle and joint. So we have our muscle spindles, our Golgi tendon organs, and the joint capsule receptors. So these are all going to do their own wacky things. The forms just like VTube Studio? Just like VTube Studio! Deformations, oh my goodness, it's all coming together! Wow, 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 wow. No, okay. But yeah, muscle spindles, they're going to be very important because they're going to send stretch within the muscle. So anytime we're like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and touch my toesies, and you feel that stretch in the back, the muscle spindles are hard at work to make sure that it's like, oh, I sense that we're stretching. Big stretch, big stretch. The Golgi tendon organs, or you'll see here throughout the notes abbreviated as GTO, these are going to sense the contraction in our muscles, and this is really going to be really important when it comes to tension in our muscles. So anytime we contract, let's say our famous bicep curl, so we're bringing, or our elbows are bent and we're bringing our hands towards our face, doing those bicep curls, it's sensing that contraction, but then the tension of the contraction as a whole, like maybe you're holding some weight, it's like, oh, this is the tension, the intenseness of holding a 5-pound weight. Ooh, so heavy. But yeah, oh my goodness. Elgal, I always watch you. Gamer, how you always watching if this is your first time following? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, welcome. Oh, welcome. You have ads? No, the ads were supposed to be during the break. Oh no. Sorry, gamer. But yeah, joint capsule receptors. These are going to be sensing joint flexion and extension. So how do we sum it up? So easy! I made a little colorful chart because this makes me feel a little bit better. Yay! So for our mechanical receptors or muscle spindles, again, are stretch, and it's really easy to remember because muscle spindles has S, spindle starts with S, the senses stretch starts with S. Yay, we love looking at patterns. We're so cool. Our GTOs, or our Golgi tendon organs, guess what? It has a T in it. Alright, Tippa, I get it. And so, you know what else has a T in it? Tension! Wow, so cool. But what about joint capsule receptors? Well, that's the one that doesn't really follow a pattern. But we know our joints are basically kind of our hinges of our body. So it makes sense that it senses joint flexion and extension. So bicep curl, arm straightening, arm flexed, arm straight, arm flexed, arm straight. And really, the joint capsule receptors only receive info if there's maximum tension. So you're pushing it to your limit, these receptors are screaming at you. They're like, we know you're pushing it to your limit. We're sensing it, and we're sending that information to your central nervous system to see what we should do. Studying like a pro, thank you. Oh my goodness. Skeletor, hi gamer, thank you so much for the 3 stream stick. I appreciate it very much. Hi gamer, welcome on in. Thank you and hello. And welcome back, Delphi. Welcome. So this is the same question. So muscle spindles, basically the reason why it's important to sense stretch, other than like, oh, it just feels nice to stretch, is because maybe you stretch a little bit too much, so your body is basically trying to regulate to make sure that the muscle spindles are telling you, hey, don't stretch that much. I could feel the stretch is good, it's feeling great, but don't do it too much because you might have an injury. Same thing with the Golgi tendon organ. Yeah, the tension and you trying to like do 20-pound bicep curls. Yeah, that's really cool, and the tension that you're creating, I'm sure you're gonna get those muscle gains, but it's gonna make sure that you basically don't create any more force than you need to avoid any kind of injury when performing that kind of activity. But TLDR, again, basic elementary thing, spindles is stretch, GTO is tension. So easy. So let's talk more about these muscle spindles. Again, we talked about it, detecting the changes in length, the stretching, whatever. They run along. I didn't get a really good image of muscle spindles, so I apologize. Let me see if I can maybe 5 times charm. Let's see. Muscle spindle. Wow. Muscle spindles. So these are your muscle spindles right here. And so what's going to happen is that they're going to run parallel with the skeletal muscle fibers, and that there's 3 categories. Do I have a nicer one here? Yes, I do. So there's 3 categories of muscle spindles. You know, this is the biggest thing with this chapter or final notes that I realized, that a lot of it's like, here's a topic, now here's a category, and now here's a subcategory to this, and the subcategory of that concept to this. So we talked about mechanical receptors, Now we talked about the 3 categories of mechanical receptors. Now we're talking specifically about muscle spindles, which again is stretch, and specifically for these, they have 3 categories of fibers that you're going to find in here. Unfortunately, the picture does not necessarily show, but we can definitely talk about it. So easy. So the fibers you're going to have in the muscle spindles is going to be dynamic nuclear bag fibers, static nuclear bag fibers, and nuclear chain fibers. So what is the difference? What's happening here? So dynamic nuclear bag fibers, this is going to help with the muscle spindle detecting the change in length, and not only the change in length, it has to be like a rapid change of length, and it's also going to be important in detecting the rate of change. And this is going to be really important when it comes to phasic or weak muscles. You're going to see the word phasic kind of throughout the notes. This is like a new term that they sprinkled in like towards the end of the semester, and I'm trying my best to be like, okay, phasic means weak, phasic means weak, phasic means weak, tonic means tight, tonic means tight. At least that one is easy to remember because the T and T, but sometimes I see phasic and I'm like, huh? So yeah, dynamic nuclear bag fibers is the rapid change of length and the rate in only weak muscles or phasic muscles, while static nuclear bag and nuclear chain, these are only going to be dealing with tight or tonic muscles. So the static nuclear bag is going to be helping detect information about the length, just the general length, but only in tight muscles, while in nuclear chain it's going to be detecting slow changes in tight muscles. I don't know if I'm missing a word here. Maybe this is supposed to be rapid, but I'm pretty sure it just says length, right? Yeah. Huh. Well, I don't know. As long as I know dynamic is weak and rapid. What was the second one again? Static dynamic, or it was a static nuclear? No, the first one's dynamic. The second one is static nuclear, and the third one should just be nuclear? Oh, why is it naming like this? No, they're all nuclear! No! We'll get them next time. I'll go through a concept and I'll try to see if I can recall these back. Let's see. Static nuclear, dynamic nuclear, nuclear chain. Alright! And so this is the same information, but yeah. GTOs? Okay, we'll talk about it. So Golgi tendon organs, these are going to be found in our musculotendinous junction. So our muscles, our tendon, the junction. This is something we talked about maybe very briefly when it comes to junctions when we're talking about our midterms maybe 2 to 3 weeks ago. But yeah, just know that they're really important when it comes to the idea of tension. Golgi tendon organs tend to be have like a braided arrangement, like a Chinese finger trap. Like, you know, the fun little thing that I don't think they even show anymore. I don't know. Hopefully you guys know what I'm talking about. I feel like it was really popular when I was a kid about like, oh, put your 2 fingers in this tube. Oh, haha, your fingers are now trapped now. Haha. But, they're braided just like that. And again, Golgi tendon organs are going to be highly active in the contraction of muscles due to tension from the muscle. Highly active in contraction of muscle due to the tension of the muscle. So when you're contracting, the tension that's built, that's going to activate your GTOs to be like, hey, you're doing this. Hey, listen. So not only do they respond to tension, I also believe they respond to direct force as well. I think that's something we'll talk about a little bit later, but let me keep going. Alright, Cubs, but before I keep going, what were the 3 what were the 3 types of muscle spindles again? I think it is dynamic nuclear. Oh, it doesn't matter the full name. Dynamic nuclear, again, it's a rapid change in phasic muscles. There's the static nuclear, which is for tight muscles, that is detecting length or change in length. And I think the nuclear chain, which is the last one, that's supposed to be also in tight tonic muscles, but this is supposed to be for like a slow change in those tonic muscles. So let's go. I'm just missing the word bag. Why bag? Oh, whatever. Anyway, Meissner's corpuscles. So it's like, Tippa, what are you talking about? So I talked about the 3 categories of mechanical receptors. Now let's talk about the subtypes of mechanical receptors. So we have, I think it's 4 or 5. I didn't necessarily count. I'm so sorry. But for Meissner's corpuscles, mechanical receptors, again, going back, is just basically our sense of movement and touch and proprioception and whatnot. So these are the things that are going to help us to achieve that. So for this one in particular, this one is actually found in a very unique place. This one is going to be found in basically hairless skin in the mammals, and you can find it at the palm of your hands, the sole of your feet, or even your lips. You know, anything that's like hairless, that's basically where you're gonna find these things. And I know this is gonna sound really silly, but if you were to rub your finger against your the palm of your hand, or maybe the soles of your feet if you're not ticklish, or even bringing like your finger to your lip, you can pretty much feel like every small tiny little bit of like that change in sensation, even with like a little quick swipe. These are where, again, the Meissner corpuscles are like really heavily focused in, and they're really important in detecting, or what do you call it? Let me read through the PowerPoint. They're able to receive small differences in texture and tissue density. And again, if you did that little like quick test, you'd be like, oh yeah, they do. It's crazy, right? our bodies are just built different, you know? So cool, so amazing. But yeah, these are going to be really important because having these what do you call it, ability to differentiate is going to be really invaluable to manual therapists to make sure, like, hey, is this going too deep? Is it too soft? Oh, I feel there's something a little bit weird here. Let's work around this. Ba 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 ba. But yeah, sorry, going way back in the chat. Yeah, I'm studying for school. Not for anything. Don't get me wrong. I would not be doing this for funsies. No, thank you. The only thing I will be doing for funsies in the future maybe is language, and that's about it, baby. Davey says the fun thing is they could totally use the stuff as Overwatch insults while being polite. Your tank game is so basic. Nah, I'll just say your tank game is diff. No. I promise I will never be toxic directly to one other individual. I'll try my best not to. I'm not toxic at all when it comes to Overwatch. At least I don't try to start fights or anything like that. Hyperinteroception? Maybe. I'm not as familiar with the word, but if you believe, probably. Isaac says I just did it and my mom gave me a confused look. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Isaac's mom. I'm sorry. But it's really cool to like sense the difference. You're like, oh wow, yeah, that is like a really, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like very sensitive area of your body. The lips, the palms, and the bottom of your feet. Keyword directly. I heard Tippa made a kid cry in chat. No! No way. I would never. Sometimes, look, listen. My toxic trait only in Overwatch is to stare at the stats being like, yeah, they're doing absolute dog water. Compared to the enemy team, they're literally not here. I don't even know what they're doing. But yeah. What is a good bridge if you're in an exam? What was the insult again? Oh yeah, basic! Heck yeah, easy! Your tank game basic! Your tank game weak! I gotcha. But yeah, so that's Meissner corpuscles! Very sensitive. They can, like, how to explain it? Oh, maybe that's not a good explanation. I don't know. Jumps out a window, I don't know. Anyway, so moving on, we have Piscinian corpuscles. So these are interesting because our Meissners were found in hairless places like soles of the feet, palms, and lips. This is going to be located in both hairy and hairless skin and the subcutaneous tissue, so just below the skin. These are going to be found in the anterior and posterior horns of the knee meniscus, along with the not ruffian, oh my gosh, please, bow. With the ruffini, and free nerve endings and Golgi tendon organs. There's really nothing too important that our professor wanted us to know about this, but if we did have to categorize it, this is actually a really important mechanical receptor when it comes to feeling vibration or deep pressure, and this is especially really important for proprioception to get our, sense in space. But yeah. Now the ruffini corpuscles, these are super duper important to proprioception. If we said the last one was important, no, this one is super important. It is very similar to the last one that we spoke about because this is also located in hairy and hairless skin. These could be found in superficial layers of the fibrous joint capsules and other connective tissue. These things, though, they are not as fast. They're very slow adapting. But they have like a larger field to feel at, if that makes sense, So, let's say, it's just a general idea. It's just a large area of feeling, but the information you get back to your brain is just a little bit slower than, let's say, the Meissner corpuscles, which I feel like are more like faster adapting. These do not turn off following a stimuli, and basically they fire with a consistently applied stimulus. So what does that mean? Basically, the Ruffio corpuscles? What? However you say this, that isn't corrupting. As long full vocal, please. Anyway, Ruffio, whatever. Corpuscles are really important to contribute to steady state position and tactile sense. So steady state position is basically the idea of just keeping us balanced. Steady state, haha. So intuitive, am I right? And tactile sense is just basically touch. Just general touch, Hi Don, hi, welcome. Huh? I'm glad I joined just in time for the Overwatch stream. Brother, that's Thursday. Look forward to it though, okay? Whichever pronunciation. Good thing this is not a speaking test, because if it was, I would cry. I'd be like, oh. Anyway, how many do we have? Oh yeah, this is our last one. So there is just 4 types of 4 types of mechanical receptors. Meissner's, which is good for that fine touch, small and quickly adaptive. The second one, Pacinial, nice. That one's gonna be found in the anterior and posterior knee meniscus, or horn of the knee meniscus, and it's good for vibration and deep pressure. The third one is Ruffini's, whatever, corpuscles, and this is good for a steady state position and tactile. And our fourth one is going to be Merkel's. Yes, Merkel's receptors. So these are going to be important because even though they're slow adapting, let's actually take it back. Let's just read the PowerPoint. Right, most peripheral of all sensory receptors, most peripheral meaning the most, I guess you could say, lateral in comparison to the other ones, these are going to be found in hairless skin. So the two in the middle, if you have to make like a little sandwich with these 4 terms, I guess. Meissner's corpuscles and Merkel's receptors squeeze in the other 2, the Ruffini's and Pacinians, or however you pronounce it, right? because the two in the middle are both found in hairy and hairless skin, while the top and bottom, Merkel's and what was the first one again? Meisner's could only be found in hairless skin, or they keep using this word glabrous. Glabrous? Gosh darn it, thank God this is not a speaking test because I could barely say my regular words. But yeah. They're slow adapting with a small receptive field, and really their responsibility is to send tonic signals to the central nervous system without a change in stimulus. What are they trying to say? This is typo. How do they spell intensity like that? Anyway, remember we talked about tonic being tight, so they send tight signals to the without a change in stimulus intensity. Huh, interesting. Let's try to see if I can find something else really quick to double check this. Merkel's receptors. Huh? What? Oh, let me find something else. Hold on. Gentle touch. Interesting. What does that mean though? I'm sure it's not that important. I'm pretty sure all I need to know is the bold, but now I'm just curious. Now this is for funsies, but I'm not having fun, so I might give up in a moment. They just respond to light touch. Yeah. Gentle boop, basically. Yeah. Oh, hold on, Cups. Give me one moment. My classmate's so cute. So you know, Cups, how I was telling you. Oh, hi, baby peas. Okay. Hi, baby peas. Hi. Okay. You know, I was telling Cups I was really nervous about sending out my study guide, so I gave it to a few select people. One of my classmates responded. She's so sweet. I love her. She's like, "You're a gem. Thanks so much. I appreciate you. Good luck on your finals." So she gave me a little saluting emote. I don't know. I've become so I feel like I've been using the saluting emote a little bit more, and I know it's like, Tippa, that's very like military, and I'm like, I don't know. There's something like about this camaraderie of being like, oh, we're in this together though. Good luck, salute. Good luck, soldier out there. I think it's really cute. Yeah, like the 07. Yeah. Wow. But yeah. Okay, that's that. Good job, brother. 07. How cute. Alright, so we talked about all the receptors, right? Okay. Oh, Merkel's receptors provides information on mechanical pressure, position, and deep static touch features such as shapes and edges. Responds to very small stimuli. Oh, maybe this is a good example. So I remember when I first started my program, and for whatever reason, this course. Okay, please, Cups, please bear with me as I try to explain the story poorly. So for whatever reason, my program, I had a soft tissue course, I think the first semester. And now I'm in my 8th semester doing the second part of soft tissue. So I'm really confused on why there was that big gap, right? But one of the first concepts they introduced in the first part of the program was like, hey, if you guys have a coin or something, put it under a piece of paper, right? Like maybe a penny, a quarter, or whatever. Put it under a piece of paper. Now I want you to close your eyes and like feel with your fingers and try to feel like the ridges and blah 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 blah. Even though it sounds really silly, it's the idea of like, hey, your body is able to detect like, oh, this is round, and then you kind of have a vague idea like, oh, I must be feeling maybe some kind of coin. Maybe you feel the ridges of the coin on the side. Okay, I have like a vague idea where I am, and they're supposed to be like, yeah, this is how well we want you to be able to sense when you're doing something like this, you know, on a human body, to be able to detect muscles or trigger points or any other weird like abnormal stuff. And I'm like, wow, what a good thing that will carry me through the rest of my program, right? But yeah, I bring that up because most likely we were using the Merkel's receptors. That sounds about right. It says hairless skin. It could be the tips of my fingers, right? And then it's very small stimuli. It's just tips of the fingers, small area. I think I'm on to something now by making this all up. Hey, as long as I had a funky story to talk about, maybe it'll help me remember what Merkel's is really for. Alright, well, let's keep going. That's a big stretch for soft tissue, but you'll see yourself out. Don't worry, gamer, don't worry. Alright, gamers, so we talked about Golgi tendon organs. We talked about muscle spindles. Now let's get back to that joint caps a little bit. Deep breath, deep breath. Alright, let's talk about the joint capsule receptors. So again, also a type of mechanical receptor, and these are going to be really important when it comes to, again, proprioception, which again is where we are in space. If I were to close my eyes, I could still be like, yep, my arms are on my armrests and my legs are on the floor. Sometimes I'm like antsy, so I'm like shaking, like, oh. But we're going to be specifically focusing on type 1 and type 2, but we will talk about type 3 and type 4 in these slides. Yay! And what you're looking at here, by the way, I can only assume, is your knee. So again, we talked about joints being like our hinges, or our elbows, our knees. Ooh, I mean, you also have a hip joint too, but I feel like a hinge is probably a really good example if you're not as familiar with the anatomy. Be like, oh wow, look at these two bones together, wow, and look at all the things to try to bring them together, wow, so cool. The human body's built different, you know. So we have these receptors here, and again, we're going to talk about each type right now. So for the joint capsule receptors, we have type 1, which is called the Ruffini endings. And so these are going to be located in the proximal extremity joint capsule. So they're a bit closer. They're slow adapting, but these type 1s are super duper important because they're going to provide postural information regarding static position. So what does that mean? Basically, it's going to send out information to your brain to be like, how am I standing right now as I'm standing still, as I'm standing static? How's my posture right now? Can I go ahead and move on safely? Because what's really important is that we need proximal stability. So what does this mean? MS Paint? What is the opposite word for not proximal? Distal? Maybe is distal correct? Oh no, I need to go back. I can't graduate Cubs like this. I don't really remember. Okay. So proximal is more of your center. Oh, please let my memory be right. I'm pretty sure. So this is proximal. I think, wait, oh, hold on. Now I'm getting nervous. And then distal is away. I know the difference between that, but I'm like, am I phrasing it in the right way in this sense? Gosh darn it. Either way, proximal is more towards the center, distal is the way going out. And a good example of this is that your fingers are more distal than your nose. When we're talking about anatomical position and blah 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 blah. So what this is saying is that proximal stability is important to allow distal movement, so you need to make sure that your head, your trunk, basically your most proximal business in your body is going to be stabilized and in a good position before you start moving. Because let's say, actually let's not say anything. Listen, if you have poor posture, you're probably not moving that well. Let's just sum it up in in that way before I start making up some wacky scenarios, okay? And not overly complicate this process of like, oh yes, head and trunk should be in a certain place and make sure that they are stable. Okay, good talk, good talk. Anyway, so that's your type 1, okay? You need proximal stability to allow distal movement. So now type 2, we're going back to the capsinian corpuscles. These are going to be located in the deeper layers of the joint capsule and the fat pad, and they're going to be near the bony attachments of the joint capsule. These are really interesting because they're going to activate with the onset and cessation of movement, so they're very rapidly adapting. So flex knee, extend knee, flex knee, extend knee. Be careful about doing that. Make sure you don't kick anything or hurt yourself. But when you're doing these type of movements, whether you're actively doing it seated like I am, being a little weirdo, stretching out your legs and then, you know, folding them back in, think about when we're walking how the body has to adjust with our own knee flexion and extension when we're going to something like the gait or the walk cycle, correct? So these are the type 2s that are going to be responsible, or not necessarily responsible, but they're going to be active with this kind of motion. Now let's move on to type 3, and then don't worry, Cubs, we're going to go ahead and recite these from the best of my memory. And hopefully I just passed the final tonight. You know what? One thing at a time. Anyway, so type 3, my professor was being very silly because she's like, oh, it's like Italian. The Goji Mazzaroni. I'm like, okay. But yeah, these Goji Mazzoni endings, these are going to be interesting. They're located among the collagen fibers of the extrinsic, so outer, and intrinsic, more inner, ligaments of larger joints. Think of like the knee collateral and cruciate ligaments. You cubs might be familiar with the collateral ligaments of the knee, and it's like, Tippa, what are you talking about? You know, like when people play sports, I know, crazy, right? And they're always like, oh, this person tore their ACL or something like that. That is your anterior cruciate ligament. That's just one of the ligaments, and again, ligaments is just like a little attachment from bone to bone, and they tear that and blah 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 blah. I feel like it's just like a really common thing to like heck up on your body when you're playing sports. So that's what they're referring to here, that these type 3 are going to be located there. These are going to be most active, these receptors, with extreme flexion and extension or other motions that stress the ligaments. So again, playing sports, or again, us messing around in our seat, hopefully not kicking anything, being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go into full flexion. I'm literally gonna kick my butt, bringing my heel to my butt. Full knee flexion, and then full knee extension, kicking my foot out as far as I can away from me. Those kind of motions are gonna activate type 3, and then bye baby peas, love you. Hold on. And then type 4? Type 4 is primarily free nerve endings. They're located in the joint capsule, fat pads, ligaments, walls of the blood vessels, and they tend to be unmyelinated. So this might be a little bit of a throwback for your own anatomy, biology courses, but recall there's myelinated and unmyelinated. Maybe you're doing like a lecture of the brain or something, but pretty much myelinated keeps all the information. It's nice, it sends the information nice and fast, and it's very quick. Unmyelinated, on the other hand, they don't have that sheet or the myelin sheet that covers it, and because it's uncovered, the information doesn't stay as nicely. It takes a little bit to get to, and don't get me wrong, it's still fast, but not as fast as something that is myelinated. So, well, that's all you really need to know about it. That's unmyelinated. It's very slow. There's a high threshold to pretty much activate these, and they don't adapt to pain at all. So, oh, interesting. So, I'm gonna, well, is this correct? Yeah. So let's try to recite the information that we just talked about from the top of our heads, okay? Because I love doing active recall. Why? Because it holds me accountable to make sure I didn't just glaze through this information. So I have my eyes closed. Ooh, I'm gonna try to remember. So the first one should be the ruffian one. right? Type 1. Either way, even if I get the name wrong, but I hope I don't. Type 1. This is gonna be important because this is the one that has the stability. This is the one where you need to know about your proximal stability before you start moving around and having distal movement. I'm pretty sure there's like a better word for this, but that's that one for sure. The second one should be the Paxinian one, type 2. And this is the one that activates with the onset and sensation of movement. Type 3, Goji Masoni endings. These are going to be in extreme flexion and extension and other movements that stress ligaments. And the fourth one is the free nerve endings. That is going to be unmyelinated, high threshold, non-adapting pain receptors. Yay! Did I get the names right? Yay! And I'm pretty sure the information is correct because we just went over it. And I hope that sticks with me somehow, some way. Alright. Enough about the joint capsules! Let's talk about the muscle afferents. So these are going to be nerve fibers that are going to send sensory information from the muscle to the spinal cord. And look, this is a picture of your spinal cord. I'll move it over so you can see a little bit about it. Wow, so cool. I love my spine. Anyway, there's several types of muscle afferents. We talked about the muscle spindles. But specifically right now, we're going to talk about group 3 and group 4. Group 3 is myelinated, group 4 is not myelinated. These are going to be very important afferents because it's also your posture. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? So let's talk about it with the slide. So both of these are going to be really fun because ta-dang, they're both going to transmit mechanical, chemical, and thermal stimuli into the muscle. So mechanical being movement, chemical being chemical, and thermal being, you know, the temperature, you know, hot or cold. Now the difference between 3 and 4, other than myelinated and unmyelinated, is the type of fibers that they use. Now this might be a little bit of throwback to some of your brain science, biology, or anatomy courses you may have taken. It's like, Tippa, I've never taken anatomy in my life. Well, welcome. So group 3A delta fibers, basically, what is it? Something about the diameter. They're pretty much really fast. Yay. While like compared to C fibers, I think they have a bigger diameter or something like that. Either way, they're much slower when transmitting this information. So just knowing the difference between 3 and 4. There's really no cool way to memorize this. I guess it's 3, like, oh, if I had to pick a place, I would like to be in 3rd place because it's better than 4th place. But we all did the same thing because we had the same competition of transmitting mechanical, chemical, and thermal. I was just a little bit faster. Yay. Anyway. Side note, the little Tippa mouse cursor icon's amazing. Thank you! I appreciate it! I'm so glad I could finally use it. In the flesh. Pixel flesh. what do you call it? Small tangent alert. Small tangent alert. Small tangent alert. Feel free to also grab your own Tippa cursor. Free download on the shop. Update with the shop. I don't really have an update. But hopefully I get the PVC charms in. I should probably do this. Hold on. I don't remember. Wait, I remember. Hold on. Sorry, you're gonna hear all the charms that I still have on my desk. Where's the pen? Hold on. So, remember, I put the order in for everything like at the beginning of this month. So I'm like, oh, I should get everything by the end of this month. Unfortunately, apparently PVC rubber charms take much longer than anticipated, so I have everything but that and the stickers right now. So I'm like, So I might message the manufacturer to be like, hey, I know I'd pick for the slightly slower shipping because I thought I would hear back sometime this week and I would get it next week. Now, out of pure paranoia, I'm wondering if I could pay for the slightly faster shipping. Thanks! So I might go ahead and do that. I put a little reminder on my calendar, and whether I look at it or not, that's a whole nother story. But I really do hope by next week I can ship things to at least all the cubs, ideally. I know some cubs actually came up to me. 2 cubs. They're like, hey, I might move. And I'm like, oh, brother? So cubs, if you're also moving in the near future, if for whatever reason I don't get everything within like the next like 2.5 weeks, please let me know so I'm not shipping it to your old address. Thanks. They're moving together? Yeah, in this economy, you know? Why not? But yeah, of course. It's very cool and super kind of you to offer those in the wallpaper as free DLC. Of course. What do you call it? I think the cursor is just really cute. I don't know. I think it's cute. I also really like the wallpaper. I would have loved to make merch with it, but I'm glad the other what do you call it? Cubs can enjoy it. I'm just happy to have merch in general, free DLC or physical. We should all move at the same time. Do you think that would cause like a weird rotation of the Earth or something if we all move? You know, it'd be really cool. Okay, alright cubs, come to Bearcat Mountain. We'll build a really expensive apartment with multiple complexes, and then it'll be like really cute because we could have like a community where we'll have like little events every night or something. Hey guys, it's anime night on Tuesday in the movie theater room. How cute would that be though? Oh my goodness, the Cub Clubhouse, yeah! Alright, heck my career right now. I'm gonna open up a giant apartment for all of us. Or a cult? Boo, boo, don't use that C word here. Boo. I think it'd be fun. Oh, and then we can always, what do you call it? Point water guns at one person. One of the cubs would be like, it's your turn to cook for all of us. And then we just rotate. It'll be really fun. It's like, hey, what are you making for this week for the you know, community? That's the only C word we use around here. And it's like, oh, you know, mac and chili, very easy. 1 pot, 2 because, you know, a lot of cubs. Sorry, let me correct myself. How nice! And then we just spin a wheel again, and it's like, oh, it's this cub's turn to cook. What are you cooking? I think that'd be cute. Enjoy your instant ramen. Let's go ramen night! Oh my goodness, that'd be cute. I like that. It's not gonna happen, but I like the idea of it. I like the sense of community and not cults. Anyway, let me go ahead and sip my gamer juice really quick. We are page 15 out of 56. We are so gaming right now. Alright, I'm sipping. Yay. Alright. Oh, we could also have bulgogi night. Robo, you gotta make bulgogi. I'm sending you recipe. I'm gonna send you bulgogi sauce. So then you're legally obligated to make bulgogi. I can't believe your package is gonna get held by customs or something. It'd be like, yeah, I know you're getting this merch of a bearcat, but also, why is there food here? I don't know how international shipping works, so I might screw you over by that. Anyway. Alright, so Muscle Afferents 3 and 4. Apparently what's gonna happen with this is that they're gonna transduce information regarding, again, the mechanical, chemical, and thermal changes, and as you imagine, this can have really powerful effects on ventilation and circulation. Ventilation, again, our inhalation of air, exhalation of air, and our circulation for our blood. What happens is that the feedback we get from these muscles from either the mechanical, chemical, or thermal is going to initiate a cardiovascular response to see how our body should adjust. fatigue can affect it, the fiber type that we just talked about, 3 or 4, the temperature, the muscle training status, and I don't know what the CHF is. I'm like, congestive heart failure, and I'm like, no way they would put that here. Unless they do, then anyway, let's skip through this because we just talked about these. Oh, hey, look, the fibers again. So nociceptors. So nociceptors is basically our pain receptors. I know you're kind of like, I don't want pain receptors, but it's actually really good for our body to be able to detect pain, because then we know there's something wrong. So we use A delta fibers. Oh my goodness. Not the lack of hiccup counters. Anyway, we use A delta fibers to transduce information regarding thermal and mechanical stimuli. These are also, again, thinly myelinated, just like we were talking about before. And then we have our C fibers, which are going to be polymodule. So they're going to be doing thermal, mechanical, and chemical. Poly meaning more than 2. Oh my goodness, I'm like, huh? What? Poly meaning more than 2, so it's gonna have all the types of stimuli, but it's gonna be at a much slower pace. As you see, this is 5 to 30, while this is 0.5 to 2. Big difference. Very slow conduction, basically. But yeah, when in doubt, A delta fiber it out. That's literally what I'm going to put on the test. Huh? What's this? What's what? Pain? Notes? My suffering? What? Gotta specify. Anyway, please, I don't know how to say this word. I'm tired of not being able to know how to say words. But thyroxopy. This is a physical property of a muscle. It's pretty much the idea of like, hey, if you don't move, you get stiff. But if you move, you're no longer stiff. So, yes. That's basically it. It's like so simple, forehead. Guess what? If you don't move, you get stiff. You move, stiffness decreases. That's crazy. The body's insane. Okay. So let's talk about something that might be more applicable to you cubs. We got through with most of the biology stuff and whatever. I think now we're gonna move on to like trigger points and fibromyalgia. So like words that you may be definitely more familiar with. But yeah, for muscle pain syndromes, muscle pain, any kind of muscular disorder that you have in your body, when you feel pain, it's very interesting because there's different types of pain, and that's one of the things that's very important when me as a future therapist, when I am evaluating a patient, I have to ask, can they describe the pain? When people talk about tingling or numbness, we can associate this more with maybe something more neurological or associated with their nerves. Or like burning, it could be like nerves. If they talk about their pain being like throbbing or whatnot, that could be vascular. But for MSK, or MSK, musculoskeletal, people will complain about their pain being achy, maybe diffused, maybe very difficult to locate, which often includes referred pain into deeper tissues. And we'll talk about referred pain in a little bit, but just to give you a vague idea, it's exactly how it sounds like. Even though you have pain in another area or a problem area, especially with your organs, it might refer pain to basically somewhere else. So let's say you have something wrong with your kidneys, you might be experiencing low back pain. I think, if I'm remembering this right, please help, I don't remember, it's been a few semesters, but I think if you were to have an issue with your gallbladder, it might refer pain to your left shoulder, and you're kind of like, well, my gallbladder isn't at my left shoulder, and it's like, brother, now it is. No, I'm just kidding. But it's the idea of like, your body is very smart in that regard, but sometimes that can be an issue, because let's say someone is coming in for left shoulder pain, but you're trying to replicate their pain and symptoms, being like, this hurt, this hurt, this hurt, and they say no. That's when you have to consider, actually, this pain might be referred from something else, if that makes sense. I feel like I like scrambled that all up in English, but that's okay, because English is the only language I speak and I'm hecking up. Anyway, So, the pain is different from the cutaneous pain that okay. So muscle pain syndromes, muscles have their own nociceptors, so they're pain receptors, and they are free nerve endings that are connected to the central nervous system by, again, our group 3 and group 4 muscle afferents. Again, difference between one or the other. One's myelinated, one's not myelinated, but they both do chemical, thermal, and mechanical stimuli. And that slide, oops, that slide was just a reminder. So we're going to be talking about 3 different disorders. We're going to be talking about soft tissue mechanical dysfunction. We're going to be talking about myofascial pain syndrome. Oh my goodness. And we're also going to be talking about fibromyalgia. That's like the big 3 that we can try our best to focus on, because these are going to be A, the most common, and B, what soft tissue can, you know, help provide and like as an intervention. So for soft tissue mechanical dysfunction, this could be a billion things, basically. Very common things that you hear in your body. So maybe there's a full or partial tear. Maybe your hamstrings, maybe you roll on your ankle weird. There's lateral epicondylitis. So this is, I believe, what people call like tennis elbow. Basically an inflammation at the of your elbow on the lateral side or the outer side. But Oakville, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome. The Quarian's disease, I believe this is a disease that's like an inflammation. Oh, sorry, like an inflammation of your thumb tendon. Facet hypo or hypermobility. Facet. We talked about this with the spine lectures maybe about a semester ago. Muscular or movement imbalances, and we'll talk about muscular imbalances more in detail when we talk about upper and lower cross syndromes. We have discogenic pathologies, which you know, by the way, and I don't think I've ever got like a firm definition about discogenic, so let me go ahead and look that up. Degenerative changes of disc of the spine can include biomechanical instability and inflammation. Okay. So that's something to watch out for. And SI joint dysfunction. SI is the sacroiliac, so your hip basically. All these are some type of form of soft tissue mechanical dysfunction. And so why does this happen, or what classify these as a soft tissue mechanical dysfunction? It's basically when a tissue in your body fails because it either has the inability to resist a one-time force. So let's say this one-time force was really powerful and your body kind of just like broke or crumbled under that. Or its inability to withstand a repetitive stress over time. So let's say de Quervain's disease is actually an example of repetitive stress. It's that inflammation. Or lateral epicondylitis. Again, we talked about it as tennis elbow. These are people who are frequently extending and flexing their elbow to, you know, use their racket to hit a ball. I promise I played tennis once. Ooh. But people who do this on a repetitive basis, the tissue can no longer stand it. Of course, it's like, aren't I supposed to be getting stronger with repetitive movements? Yeah, but unfortunately your body can kind of hiccup. Whamp whamp. So that's soft tissue. So what happens is that, let's move on to trigger points. A trigger point can actually lead to a dysfunction due to the overactive muscle contraction that can lead to fatigue, and a dysfunction will be diagnosed by a physical therapist, while a pathology will be diagnosed by a physician. I think that's like the biggest thing with how do you say it, evaluations, is that sometimes you can determine well, what's a good example? This might not be the best example, so I do apologize, but I won't forget when I was shadowing pediatrics for a little bit. The patient was there because they had, like, they were a tippy toe walker. So what does that mean? They're walking, literally they would not use their heels to walk. And when you look at a gait cycle or the walk cycle, literally there is like a part of the walk cycle that is called heel strike or initial contact. And usually the initial contact is your heel striking on the floor. Next time, check it out. When you're walking, just let me know. You're like, oh yeah, I do feel my heel on the ground. So this kid was not doing that. That kid was just walking on their toesies. And the way that the kid behaved was really interesting and whatnot. And the physical therapist was like talking to me, and they're like, yeah, I've been working with this kid before you came here to shadow. I think they may be on the spectrum. I think they have autism. Now, can I diagnose that as a PT? No. But it's something that I might have to bring up with the parents, just, you know, just to let them know, because, you know, the sooner you get to figure out something, the better you can adjust to it and whatnot. But even if they're correct or not, that's not something that can't be diagnosed unless you have like the physician's approval. So the dysfunction, obviously, that would be identified by a PT would be like, oh, they're tippy-toe walking. I forget if there's like an exact name for it, but basically they have like a movement deficit. That is the dysfunction, and that's all they can really diagnose, something along that level. Anything like Alzheimer's, autism, I don't know, compression fractures, you know, more solid stuff is again with the physician, if that makes sense. Not that PTs cannot deal with more solid stuff, but I don't know how to differentiate it in my head right now to present to you, Cubs, so I do apologize. PTs are more movement dysfunction, and then anything more medical is more the doctor, so yay, I guess. Womp womp. Imagine womp womp being a patient. Brother, I'm gonna lose my license right there and then. I'm gonna lose my license because I'm like, yeah, I can't, I can't, my bad. Womp womp. Sorry, that sucks. You got myofascial pain syndrome? Womp womp. Let's do our best to work together, and we'll work through it with the power of teamwork and friendship and professional relationships. We're gonna get through anything. Yay! Dies. Anyway. Alright, Cubs. It is 4 o'clock right now. We are page 21 out of 57. Let's go ahead and take our schedule mandatory 3-minute Twitch ad break. You Cubs won't miss a thing because I will politely also be RBing, which means be right backing, and life should be good. Yeah? Yeah. So make sure to use this time to stand up and stretch, even if it's a quick get up your seat, get down your seat. Get up, get down, get up to get down. Make sure to eat something super duper duper yummy, and make sure to hydrate, okay? I still have my blue juice, so yeah. I'm gonna chug that really quick, and so it can carry me through this, okay? Okay. I'll see you Cubs in 3 whole hecky minutes. Goodbye. picked the wrong screen. Ah! I'm back. Sorry. I was like, where am I? Alright. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you. Alright, cause we have to bum rush this in the next hour. Why? Obligation, I guess. I told my classmate that I would be hanging out. So let's get through that. Oh, they're even sitting in the Discord voice chat. No! Okay, let's get through this. Yay! Thank you. Alright, myofascial pain syndrome. So, as defined by Simons, this is gonna be a muscle pain disorder characterized by the presence of myofascial trigger point within a top band, top being like. Okay. Local tenderness, referral, pain to a distal site, restricted range of motion, and autonomic phenomenon. Yay. So what does this mean? Pretty much what's gonna happen is that it's a chronic disorder that has a lot of the formation of trigger points or knots in different areas that can cause all sorts of different pains. It's a little bit wonky, honestly. But how do we know it's myofascial pain syndrome? Well, you need to have an active trigger point pretty much to be classified or considered having a myofascial pain syndrome. Some of the symptoms I know are a little bit cropped out. So let me see if I can for you guys. Hold on. I'm still blocking it, but I'll read it. Persistent or throbbing discomfort within a muscle, pain that's persistent or intensifies over time, sensitivity in a muscle often forming in a tender knot, sleep disturbances, a sense of feeling unwell, and fatigue. So what is a trigger point exactly? I feel like we've been talking about it, but we haven't really defined it. It's a hyper-irritable spot in the skeletal muscle. Some people would refer to this as like a knot. And pretty much it's the main criteria when trying to diagnose myofascial pain in its presence. Eccentric loading has been linked to their development. And eccentric, this is just a really quick run through. So eccentric is just lengthening. Let me just read the whole thing. Eccentric loading is a training method that involves applying a heavier load to the eccentric portion of a movement than to its concentric portion. So a lot of weight coming out when you're lengthening the arm rather than contracting, or the concentric contraction. So again, eccentric actions are lengthening actions while concentric are shortening actions. For example, when performing a bicep curl, lowering the weight is an eccentric action that lengthens the bicep muscle, while raising the weight is a concentric action that shortens the muscle. Wow, so crazy, am I right? Anyway, trigger points can pretty much be found wherever, and sometimes they can refer pain. It just kind of depends on what kind of trigger point it is, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Yeah, maybe. These are where you can find some of the trigger points, and the idea where they could refer pain. It's a little bit insane, but imagine you have a trigger point up here, a little bit below your shoulder blade, maybe mid to almost low back, and it's like, yeah, this trigger point is radiating pain down to my buttocks. Like, what? Huh? The human body is a little bit crazy. So I don't mean to be losing my voice, but yeah, this is how this happens. So the painful tender knots that are sensitive to touch and pressure, yes, they can cause local pain, or they can also cause referred pain. These knots can feel swollen, tense, and what happens is that these knots, may block blood supplies to the area, which can irritate nearby nerve cells and send pain signals, which is why we have this referred pain. Oh no! Okay. Trigger point diagnosis. So the minimum acceptable criteria for a trigger point diagnosis are that there is a presence of a hyper-irritable spot, the patient's recognition of the referred pain by the trigger point, and basically allowing this test to be like, hey, when I do this to try to replicate this pain, if another person, me completely hands off, and if another therapist does this and they get the same results, then it has good inter-examiner reliability. What's really important though with these knots is that you're supposed to be palpating perpendicular, so time to bring out the math terms and the math equations out, but you're supposed to be palpating or touching perpendicular direction of the muscle fiber to find that top band and to find that knot specifically. So what is the difference between active and latent trigger points? Let's talk about all this in a little bit, and there's like a really cute purple slide down there that I feel like gives a little bit more detail, you know? Hi Asa. I have referred pain when the nerve is busy or on holiday and it passes a task to its colleague. Basically like, oh, yeah, sorry. Hands are kind of full here. Here you go. And the work travels down and travels up. Yeah, active trigger points have a lower lower pain threshold than the latent trigger point. The more active trigger points seem to present with more features of peripheral and central. Higher concentrations of chemicals near the trigger point include substance P, calcitonin, bradykinin, serotonin, norepinephrine, tumor necrosis factor alpha. Chemicals is something I have to know. I cannot explain that, unfortunately. But the active trigger point, I can explain like, hey, it doesn't take much to activate an active trigger point. It's very easy to irritate, and that's why they'll be like, oh no, I could feel this pain again. While latent, you need like a direct pressure on the site. And when you do that direct pressure, it's like, yes, I can feel the pain right there. And for latent, it typically is a more localized pain, which is, I don't think I ever really got the explanation for it. While active actually is more of a like, hey, this hurts and this is referring out. Whether you do press on it or not, it just has a referred pain pattern already because of that lower pain threshold. Or sorry, lower threshold to activate the pain. And this was like a trigger point massage, but not necessarily that. Basically, you find a knot and you just push down on it. That's basically a trigger point release. Some people use their elbow, some people use like a pincer grip, whatever you need to do, but people just press down on the point, and apparently the patient's supposed to actively move alongside it, and that can help release that trigger point for a patient. So what is the difference between active and latent again? So active is that the area might be sensitive even before palpation, and when pressure is applied, it is painful and will either refer or radiate pain. Symptoms can be burning, tingling, numbness, numbness, burning, itching, or other symptoms that the client is familiar with. And patients will sometimes jump when this point is palpated because of how sensitive they are. Again, that lower threshold to pain. While latent trigger points, this is actually the majority of the trigger points that people may have, is that it's really common, and that the patient really won't know that it's there unless it's like pointed out. I don't know if you've ever had this happen before. Maybe it was my soft tissue course, but they were doing a massage and they're like, oh, I think I feel like this knot on your back, basically. And I'm like, oh, I would have never known. And basically they started like elbowing in. I'm like, oh, this is so miserable. But I wasn't aware that I had a knot until someone had basically felt it out. Generally will not produce a recognizable pain, and when the pressure is applied, it will either refer or radiate pain. And latent trigger points can become active trigger points. Once it's like, oh, I found it, we're aggravating it, it can turn more into active and start referring out if we can't solve it immediately. So what's the difference? Blah 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 blah. Referred pain. Okay, this is interesting. So I don't have a picture, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. I did think of pictures, but let's talk about trigger pain and referred a little bit more specific with some muscles. So a trigger point in the infraspinatus muscle, so think of your back and think of your shoulder blade, and you know how, I hope, you have a spine of scapula? Just think of a wall on the back of your shoulder blade, basically, that cuts 1/3 away. I don't know how to explain it. Let me just grab a picture. Oh. let me not humor you, cubs. Okay, this is a huge picture. But here is your infraspinatus. So this is your shoulder blade, right? You have a spinous scapula, so you have like a little wall. And what happens is that you have the supraspinatus and the infra. Infra is going to be sitting below the spinous scapula. And what happens is that you have a trigger point here. It can mimic C6 radiculopathy, which means that it, which means, you know how I was asking you cubs or telling you cubs how we always during our evaluation have to ask like how to describe the pain? Someone might complain of numbness and tingling going down the C6 region, which is going to be basically of the side of your thumb, like that side of your arm towards your thumb, almost to your middle finger. People might complain of like numbness and tingling with that. And what happens is that sometimes, if not used correctly, sometimes this could be misdiagnosed as carpal tunnel syndrome. And I'm sure we are all familiar, at least vaguely, with carpal tunnel syndrome. A lot of it's just compression of the nerves at the wrist. But that's not the case for this one. This is because we have a trigger point all the way up here at our shoulder blade that is causing or mimicking these symptoms down to your hand. The body is stupid, but it's really amazing how that happens, you know? So it's just something to be careful about, or something to feel out for with your patient with the consent to be like, hey, I did these I did these special tests for carpal tunnel syndrome, but I'm not able to replicate the pain. I'm going to try to see if I could feel out for a trigger point in this area of your shoulder blade and see if that's what's happening. And then you could try to get the trigger point out, and if they say, hey, this is replicating my symptoms, then bam, guess what? You fixed the patient. Congratulations. Anyway. A trigger to the gluteus minimus. This can mimic lumbar radiculopathy or sciatic nerve pain. So basically, you know how people are like, my sciatica. A trigger point in your butt basically can replicate this tingling and numbness on your lower back or even down your leg, which is also really crazy. So something to also look out for. Another one that she talked about is that if you have pain here in your masseter, which is basically your cheekbone, the masseter helps you chew or do whatever sound I did. Your traps, which is a muscle located on your back and your neck, it's a really big muscle, the trapezius. Sometimes the trigger point there can refer pain here, so if you help alleviate that trap, you can maybe help alleviate some of the pain that you might have with chewing if you have that trigger point that's referring that pain. Again, human body, crazy. Trigger point release. The whole idea about this is that when we do this kind of technique, we want to apply a good amount of pressure onto that trigger point with a flat palpation or a pincer grip. Pincer grip is like if you're holding a key. I don't want to turn on the webcam to show you because I'm wearing the silliest sweater right now, but I'm in like bear hibernation form right now, but it's like if you're grabbing a key, or if you want to use the key to like turn and unlock a door, and your thumb and your index finger is pinching the key in between, that's a pincer grip, and that's the same kind of grip that you would have at the trigger point to help release some of that pain. While you're applying that pressure, they're supposed to be doing some active motion, and that's going to help again alleviate that trigger point. This release and this whole process is based off a hypothesis called the end plate integrated hypothesis, and I'm just going to read it out loud. I apologize. It states that sacromeres, which is a contractile unit of a muscle within a trigger point, are hypercontracted and are transmitting increased resting tension through the neighboring sacromeres. Yep, good talk. Okay. Anyway, another cool thing that we can do with trigger points other than like push on it is actually dry needling. We're gonna learn more about that in class on Saturday after our practicals, so I'll get back to you on that one. But apparently to help reduce the sensitivity of it. Reduce the sensitivity trigger points distal to the ones being treated, and has been noted to do so in the opposite direction as well, such as when manipulating acupuncture points. Precautions possible pneumothorax, which just means like a collapsed lung. So dry needling looks exactly like this. You find your point, look, they're in the trapezius, they found a trigger point, bam, needle. Now, I don't have like a fear of needles, but I also don't like needles. I don't like I don't like shots. I don't like anything, so I don't know if I'll ever specialize in dry needling, but I can respect those who do. Anyway. Physiological changes dry needling can cause. It can impact the limbic system and subcortical gray structures. This kind of goes in hand with some of the emotional states. Dry needling, for whatever reason, because of this connection, can influence emotion and make the patient emotional. Please don't ask me. I'm not quite sure. I was just reading off the notes, and that's just a fun fact that I can share with you cubs to be like, oh, okay. But apparently the trigger point and doing that can change the chemical environment of the point and may restore normal functioning of the acetylcholinesterase and the acetylcholine receptors as part of the muscle regenerative process. Sure. Fibromyalgia! Sorry, I'm speedrunning now. I have TW. Hi, welcome. Hold on, I know I mentioned I'm like, wow, I'm like a bear. I'm taking off my sweater now. Oh, it's so hot now. Okay. So fibromyalgia is a diffuse central nervous system disorder. So central nervous, again, being brain and spinal cord. And this disorder can affect pain and sensory process. Fibromyalgia is more common in women than men by like 10 times more. And the diagnosis of fibromyalgia is widespread, non-articulate musculoskeletal pain. Normally, someone who's diagnosed with fibromyalgia can be between the ages of 20 and 50, and typically it tends to be idiopathic in nature, meaning there's no true cause of it. It just kind of, well, happens, unfortunately. Whamp whamp. And there could be multiple tender points, not necessarily triggered, just there's points in the body that I don't know if I have the chart for, but if you press down, the patient's supposed to have, there's like 18 tender points that we identify and push down on basically, and if out of the 11 they're like, yeah, this hurts, they're officially diagnosed with fibromyalgia, which is crazy. I know we had talked about chemicals earlier with the myofascial pain, but for fibromyalgia, what happens is that these people tend to have a higher elevated substance P and glutamate levels in their cerebral spinal fluids. That's like another way to be like, oh, we took some of your brain juice out, and hey, guess what? These chemicals are like increased, and you're also having these symptoms. Yeah, you might have fibromyalgia. We're like, that is our hypothesis. Along with these elevated substance P or glutamate levels, we also have reduced norepinephrine and serum serotonin. For fibromyalgia, look, these are actually the points right here that you'd press on. So again, there's, I think, 18. And again, if you get 11 out of whatever, that is, again, fibromyalgia. Fibromyalgia is not fun because it could give you a variety of problems. You could have a dysfunction in your TMJ, you could have vision problems, you could have headaches, sleep disorders, dizziness, cognitive impairment, memory impairment, anxiety, depression, pain, nausea, problems urinating, pain with periods, musculofacial pain, fatigue, twitches, morning stiffness. It is not fun. You can also have systemic disorders such as weight gain, chronic widespread pain that's probably very difficult to like, what do you call it? Pinpoint. Cold symptoms as in like you're sick, and multiple chemical sensitivities. It's just not a good time. I wish no one to have fibromyalgia. Thankfully, there is a way to help manage it. There's not really a cure for it, but keeping active with moderate to intense aerobic exercises about 2 to 3 times a week should help manage the pain of fibromyalgia, because it's better to still stay and remain active than sedentary and stiff and more pain or a more miserable existence, you know? As always, with anything that you do, you want to start off low and progress very slowly, and then work your way up to, again, this moderate intensity, nothing more, because again, we don't want to induce pain, and we want to make the exercise fun, so we don't want to make it hard and painful so the patient doesn't comply. We want to make sure there's compliance with their exercises. And of course, very important is education, because yes, I've been here for quite some time studying school stuff, and I don't know everything, but then I come to realize some other people just don't know things that I would think is like relatively basic. Like, I was talking to a friend who should not be named, but I was like, oh yeah, I was at the gym and they had us doing planks, which, by the way, I went to gym yesterday and I almost completed a full 60 minute, God help us, 60-second plank. I am so proud of myself. But I was like, yeah, I was doing a plank, and they told me, hey, what's that? And I looked at them, and I'm like, huh? Wait, you don't know what a plank is? How do I describe like I had to get on, I had to like pull an image because I'm like, I can't really show you unless I like get on the floor, and I don't really want to get on the floor, and it's not like you can see it, so I'm gonna show you an image, you know? So yeah, very important to always consistently educate on someone, you know? But yeah. But no, FTW, I hope you're having a good study, and hi, you can only plank for 40 seconds max? Okay, is it cheating if I say maybe... So they have us do a plank for a minute, which is so miserable. But I was able to hold 30 seconds pretty good. The other 30, I was still holding, but I dropped to my knees. I was like, I can't do this. I'm miserable. That's okay, it's okay. Oh no! My classmate said he's in VC. That's cheating? That's not cheating! I'm still working on my core! Okay, sorry, classmate's like, I'm in VC. I'm like, no, hold on! Alright, we're speedrunning. Alright, so posture! Posture is, the definition of posture is balanced muscular coordination and adaptation with minimal expenditure of energy. You don't constantly think about your posture. Like right now, Cubs? Rounded shoulders, anyone? Yeah, I thought so. Fix that posture. Go, go, go. Retract your shoulder blades. Squeeze your back. Bring yourself up. No forward head posture. Go, 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 go! So your posture is basically how you keep yourself up. Thankfully, it's dynamic and not a static thing, and it's always ready for the next movement. It requires constant changes in muscular forces and creation of connective tissue tensions, and will provide a therapist a map to where the dysfunction lies. So what does that mean? So our posture can get pretty wonky. A very popular, very common posture that a lot of people have is forward head posture, and this can get super bad. I don't know if you Cubs have seen. I said I'm speedrunning, but I have to show you. Forward head posture. I need to see it on a real person because you're gonna be like, what is a good image? Oh, this guy looks pretty good. Let's see. This guy looks completely different though. Maybe this wasn't a good one. Forward head posture. Maybe it's really not that important. Maybe it's really not that important because I'm sure we're all familiar with it. But it's the idea of maybe more of this. Same person? Yeah, they didn't even look like the same person, but don't get me wrong. I'm sure if they got on a health kick about their posture or something, maybe they're different. But yeah. Forward head posture, you wouldn't notice it, but your head is going forward. There's like another diagram that's like, yeah, you're adding like 10 pounds or something to your head. Did I see that one? Hold on. So like your head is supposed to be like 10 to 12 pounds, but the more forward head posture that you have, let's say like the first image that we saw, they probably have like 32 pounds forward of their head, and then imagine 42 the further that you lean in, and I feel like you see more of this posture in like elderly folks. So yeah, forward head posture, not good as you would imagine. This is why it's important to practice chin tucking. So if, I know this sounds silly, but if you were to basically make like a double chin right now, those are what we call chin tucks, and you're supposed to hold for, I think, like what, a few seconds basically, and and release. You can do that repeatedly, and that's gonna help with that forward neck posture, as well as this exercise called wall angels. I want to demonstrate so bad, but I'm like, I'm speed running. This sucks. Look at Gamer! Hi Gamer! Welcome on in! Locked in? I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. My final's literally in a few hours. Thank you for the shout out. Thank you for being here. I believe in you. Good luck. Thank you! Thank you! I'll stop being a baby. Anyway, forward head posture is going to compromise diaphragmatic breathing. So when we do our deep breaths in through your nose, out through your mouth, your forward head posture can influence that for the negative. It can promote an elevated first rib, which is not good. And patients could be more susceptible to thoracic outlet syndrome, which is basically a weird, wacky disorder where it can affect your vasculature or your nerves, and you experiencing these wacky symptoms. Again, I wish I could explain more. But yeah, John does a person who's like, oh, I know a good treatment for forward head posture, and they do recommend, again, those chin tucks to activate the deep cervical neck flexors. This is taking a little bit of a jump. I'm sure we'll go back into upper cross syndrome and ba 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 ba. But what do you call it? What? What? Okay, no, you're good. Monkus is actually belated, but I just realized that you played my game, Bury the Hatchet, a while back. I was like, your face looks familiar, but from where? No! Bury the Hatchet was good. Good job, gamer. Good job. It was also a very, what do you call it? Well timed. It was good for the season. It was good art. I might have messed up towards the end. I think like 3 or 4 times. Don't ask me how, but thank you for taking the time to make such a fun game. Thank you, gamer. Oh my goodness, I'm embarrassed now. Okay. So yeah, PowerPoint review. It jumps. Evaluation of myofascial syndrome. When you're taking your history and doing your evaluation, you ask, hey, what is the quality of the pain? People would normally complain saying that it's like dull or something like that, dull or aching, because again, that goes back to what we were talking about earlier when we're trying to describe musculoskeletal disorders, and someone's like, yeah, I have a pain in relationship to their muscle. Normally, they will describe it as dull, achy, sore. I feel like I said sore like 5 times. I'm so sorry. You would ask how the patient's sleeping at night, and they'll say, I'm not, and you'll be like, okay. The third one is like, what kind of pattern does the pain follow throughout the day? And normally, your pain should actually get worse. When you're not laying down and napping and getting those big Z's, you're keeping yourself in this upright position, you're doing activities of daily living, you're just living your best life, and the more active you are in that lifestyle, with whatever you have to do, that might aggravate the symptoms a little bit more. And again, that's not to discourage you to have a not to discourage you from having a sedentary lifestyle, gamers. You should still remain active, but there's just ways to work about that to get stronger, and that's why you talk to your therapist to see what kind of treatment plan will work best for you. But unfortunately, yes, as you are awake, the pain will most likely probably get worse, and that's just a common thing when we're talking about myofascial or musculoskeletal pain. And the fourth question is, can a position of comfort or relief be identified? These are the 4 main questions. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, here you go. Quality of pain, poorly localized. Sleepy at night, they get disturbed, they frequently wake up. What pattern does the pain follow throughout the day? Increased stiffness and pain in the early morning. Slight drop off at mid-morning, somewhat constant throughout the day. Aggravation when increased activity, but symptoms remain regional and diffuse. And can a position of comfort be identified? And people who have active trigger points, the relief is normally at mid-range. So basically, if they're not in like full flexion or extension, they feel pretty okay. Alright, upper and lower cross syndrome! Ta-da! I don't really know how to describe it other than to be like, look, Cubs, look at the photo! Upper and lower cross syndrome is a relatively common thing that happens. Upper cross syndrome, you can associate it with the forward head posture, because what happens is that, as you see with the cross, one line is going to be focused on weak, one line is going to focus on tight, and this can also flip-flop. So the pecs could be weak and the upper traps could be weak, but then you end up with some other weird disorder. But either way, it's still considered upper cross disorder. These are just the most common ways you're going to find what muscles are weak and what muscles are strong. For lower cross syndrome that you see here, patients might end up with an increased booty popping posture or an increased lordosis of their backs. So back like sways in. I'm like trying to make the movement like I forgot MS Paint. Yeah, so their back that has a normal curvature can look like this, basically. I promise this person is not pregnant. It's just their back can be more lordotic. Okay, that's good talk. Anyway. Look at this photograph. Just look at it. Look at it. You got it? Okay, good. But the shrimping syndrome? Yeah, basically. It's very unfortunate because what happens is that obviously your body adjusts to that, but it's not appropriate, and then you end up with weird wacky ways of like, hey, I'm not moving as good as I can because these muscles are tight and these are weak. You end up with pain. It's not a fun time, but these are relatively common positions that you would see people in. So if you see someone again with that forward neck posture, it's because they have weak deep neck flexors, so the muscles in the front, and weak trapezius and serratus anterior to keep them held up. And these tight muscles right here are going to keep them in that forward position. It's very common, unfortunately. Alright, I'm scrolling. If you were to assess structures, you would assess it from superficial to deep. Thanks for coming to my tip talk. Sequence of treatment. So yes, we love soft tissue massage, and we love getting massages. Do I love giving them? Sure, why not? But but how would you incorporate this in your treatment? Because as a therapist, the rehabilitation you know, the whole treatment can't be massage. You need to put some exercises in there, maybe some modalities. How are you going to put this treatment in? So the two main questions you have to ask yourself if you do decide to do soft tissue intervention onto a patient is, where in this entire treatment scheme will this myofascial manipulation fit, aka the massage? And how does the clinician sequence individual myofascia techniques for optimal results? So do you use it at the beginning to make sure that your patient feels nice and warmed up and they feel like calm and they trust you? Or do you use it at the end as a little treat, like, okay, if you do 20 exercises, I'll rub your back? That's basically these two questions. There's a list of techniques that have precautions or contraindication. We are not familiar with these techniques because I have not talked to you guys about it. These are the techniques I have to perform on Saturday. Then I still have to practice on Thursday. So that's a later issue. Right now, we'll skip it a little bit, but just know any of the back things, if they have a discogenic like condition, basically inflammation of their spine or like some mechanical changes with their spine, don't do any back techniques. If they have any lower back disorders or degenerative joint disorder, don't do any hip techniques. And the psoas release, so the hip flexor muscle in the front, which means that you're digging your fingers into their belly, if they have any of the following, endometriosis, gastric colitis, or pelvic aneurysm, don't do it! Here are some of the techniques that you can look at that I have to perform on Saturday. No, I will not be going over them. Wow, so crazy. Wow, so cool. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, you see, look how you have to dig your fingers in there? Brother, I'm not going over it. Look how uncomfortable that is! Look, wait, I have to put my knee up there? Brother, you're insane. Anyway. Imagine. How miserable. Brother, get a bolster. Anyway. 4 hand grips. I can't show you the hand grips. Chiseled. What's a full chisel? Oh heck. Anyway, octopus, where you put the fingers together. Octopus. Power, which is that one. Yeah, that's a hand. And what is a full chisel? Oh, and full chisel, don't even ask me. I actually can't draw that. So thank you. Those are the 4 hand grips that I'll have to know and do in the practical. Yes, those are my hands. Yes, I am an expert in drawing hands. Definitely 5 fingers. Okay. So we are towards the end of the study guide, and I have 15 minutes left before I have to meet my classmate because I am legally obligated. So here's some reviews of the previous chapter. These are stuff that we talked about during our midterm, so these are just quick review. Myofibroblast is basically located in granular tissue, normal human fascia. What the heck is normal human fascia? No, I'm just kidding. We talked about fascia again being like the orange. When you peel an orange, you see like the white like film over it. That's like the equivalent of what the fascia is in our muscles. We had the fascia latae, so on our feet, plantar fascia, feet, and lumbar fascia. So that's where we're gonna find myofibroblast. So this myo means muscle, fibro means great question, and blast means creation. So good talk. Anyway, we need to know types of connective tissue. So we have dense regular, dense irregular, and loose connective tissue. So dense regular is gonna be dense regular, what you would expect because it's so regular. You got your ligaments and tendons. Now your dense irregular, now these are things where you're like, Tippa, what are these words? That's a great question, don't ask me right now. But we have aponeurosis, we have periosteum, we have joint capsules, we have thermus of the skin, which is like the layer of the skin, and area of high mechanical stress. These are going to be your dense irregular. And your loose connective tissues are going to be basically any of the sheaths or internal organs. Yay! Love new words? Yeah, I also love telling my friends of the aponeurosis. One of my favorites. My homies love that one. But yeah, these are the types of connective tissue. Hatha is a technique that we use in massage where we could either do the petrissage, effleurage, and Pomodoro. Unfortunately, I cannot demonstrate these at the moment. Just believe me if I start tapping like this, that's a Pomodoro. Rolling of the skin, petrissage, and effleurage is like putting your hands graceful. Oh my gosh, I can't say gracefully correctly. You basically rub your hands on a person's back. That is effleurage. Thank you again for coming to my tip talk about the Hatha massage and techniques. But Angie Peachy, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Thank you for the hydrate as well. I will politely sip my water. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry you had to catch me speedrunning my notes. I have a final tonight. I have a final. Alright, so cycle of fibrosis. What does this mean? Great question, Cubs. So what happens in the body is this. This whole where's my cursor? Whole cycle occurs in comparison to scar formation. So basically this happens when you have an irritant or injury. In comparison to scar formation is pretty linear. The cycle of fibrosis, very around. So we'll talk about this. No, we won't. I won't talk about this. We're speed running only in 10 minutes. Either way, just know doesn't have clear-cut stages, initiated by production of irritant and lack of extensibility to entire tissue surrounding traumatized area. What is stress strain curve? Look at it! Look at it! That's that! If it goes too far, your thing breaks. Kind of like when you roll your ankle. Too much stress will tear your ankle. It won't tear your ankle, tear the ligament of your ankle. You'll have actually a grade 3, or maybe it's a grade 4. It's been a while since I talked about grading. And what happens is that the ligament, which again is the thing that connects the bone will tear, and then you would be like, owie. No worries, take care of yourself and good luck. Thank you, I'm so sorry. Ooh. Normally I'm more welcoming. Now I just feel like, hey, I'm just gonna read my notes really quick. Heck the explanations. Yeah, you see me stressing and straining? That's my brain right now. Ultimate strength. Fracture. Yeah, so yeah, don't push yourself too hard, okay? Okay, the stress strain curve can be divided in half, which is not shown in any of these pictures. But basically you have a plastic region. What is the other region? Plastic, Plastic. What is the other region? Plastic. Elastic. Right? God help me. No, I'm gonna fail the practical. Hold on. Stress strain curve. Yeah, oh sorry, elastic. Yeah, did I say that? Elastic and plastic regions. So when you split it off like maybe here, elastic is showing that basically, yes, even if you are providing stress on this thing, whether it's muscle or apparently the stress strain curve is also used in engineering, so shout out to my fellow engineers out there, I guess. Not that I guess, shout out, period. Anyway, so the elastic, no matter how much force you put into it, it comes back to normal. So think of like a rubber band basically. When you stretch a rubber band, it goes back to its original shape. But once you start pushing it into its plastic region, it'll start changing because what do you call it? There'll be some kind of deformation. Unfortunately, there might be, maybe your rubber band gets a little bit more stretchy, it won't return to its full shape. And then think of fracture as in, yeah, that rubber band is not rubber banding anymore. Wamp wamp. And that's how muscles work, and apparently engineering structures. Alright, let's talk about scarring, and not just the emotional one, but the physical kind. So there's actually 4 phases of scar formation. We have inflammation. It begins immediately and lasts 24 to 48 hours. And basically with inflammation, you have your typical cardinal signs of heat, redness, swelling, and pain. Yes, granulation. So what happens is that I'm not recommending this by Googling or harming yourself, but next time you scrape yourself, which I hope you don't, I hope you all live happy, healthy, and safe lives, you would look at a wound, and when the wound is healing, it has like a granulated appearance, as in like it forms little bumps and whatnot. That is what we call granulation. It kind of forms like these tiny little baby buds, and what happens with these is that it's going to help permit vascular regrowth and tissue breakdown, and it's basically beginning the healing process. Fibroblastic or proliferation, it's the rebuilding of tissue. It's going to accelerate collagen synthesis, and that's going to help close up the wound. And the wound closure kind of depends where you got hurt. So in high metabolic activity such as muscle and skin, it might take 5 to 8 days, while in ligaments and tendons it might take 3 to 5 weeks. Huge difference. And then the last phase of maturation, or the last phase of scar formation, is maturation. And basically once a wound closes, which can be anywhere between 5 days to 5 weeks, depending again on the where you got hurt, the collagen's still mature, and it's going to take some time to mature. It's going to take about 3 weeks to 12 months to mature. And basically the wounds close, we're realigning the fibers, we're increasing the strength of the scar, so everything is so good. And scar tissue actually goes really well with manual therapy, because you can kind of help provide a little bit more blood circulation. You know, when you like rub something, you rub like your skin or rub your hands, you're like, oh, and my hands are getting warmer. It's like, oh yeah, the blood is flowing, you're bringing your blood over here, bah, 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 bah. Same thing with the scar formation. And again, that blood circulation is really important to bring to that area, because of the nutrition that your blood is going to bring to help that healing process speed up even a little bit more, you know? Ta-da! Funny enough, I'm an engineer, brother! Tell me more about the stress drinker. This is something that they introduced the 4th semester. So I'm like a year in, and I'm like, oh, I haven't seen the stress strain curve in like 500 years. But you've been in the stream for a moment, but I learned so much. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Normally it'd be better and there's more pictures, but your girl decided, what if I just don't do that? But I try to make it as colorful as I can, but I was really on some time crunch for whatever reason. Anyway, last concept that we're gonna go over right now is osteopathic versus chiropractic law. So this goes back to our midterm about how we were talking about the I guess the beginning or the foundation of manual therapy and soft tissue interventions and massages and blah 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 blah. And there was really 2 approaches to this. So there's an osteopathic one, which was created again, or the founder, the father of osteopathic medicine in itself, was by Andrew Taylor Still. He provided something called the rule of artery and structure, and basically said, hey, LMAO, if something's compressing my blood vessels or nerves because of dislocated bone, hey, my body might have ischemia, which is again a lack of like the circulation of the blood going to that area. Necrosis, your body is dying, and it's gonna basically be the cause of all disease. Very big brain of the guy, but you know, at the time in the 1860s, it's kind of like, yep, we gotta solidify that information. Dislocated bone, bad. Dislocated bone, bad, because pressing on structures that give me health and circulation and nutrition, and when it's not doing that, body rots. It's like, okay. While focusing on the chiropractor medicine, so I guess still had some competition 30 years later by David Daniel Palmer. Say that like 3 times fast. And he is the person who founded chiropractic medicine. Yes, chiropractic medicine is what we consider with the chiropractors, bone cracky people, because what happens is that Mr. Palmer believed that the health can be improved or preserved by making adjustments to structures, specifically the spinal column. As we know, there is some give or takes. Obviously, yes, we can make adjustments. I do agree. I do like grade 5 manipulations, which is like thrust manipulations to help alleviate either some pain or help improve mobility or whatever, but it does have its risk, unfortunately. So this guy, so if the osteopathic medicine guy said rule of artery and structure, the chiropractor says rule of nerve. So basically, very similar aspect, but more in relationship to the spine. So he said repositioning of a subluxated vertebrae, subluxated just means dislocated, that causes the structure passing through the intervertebral foramen to be released for normal restoration. The nerve connection to the organs and rehabilitation functionally or organically is achieved. What does that all mean? That means, hey, nerve go through hole of spine? Oh no, vertebrae sublux, or aka slightly dislocated or slightly moved forward, and now the position of the nerve is in a wacky way and now is causing these symptoms. What if we realign the vertebra or this part of the spinal cord to go back into place? Yes, once it goes back to place, normal restoration of nerve connection to the nerve to be functioning so the person does not complain of burning, tingling, or numbness in a certain area. Now, patient's problem gone. Good. That is the rule of nerve, basically. Huh? Out of place? Put it back in place. So easy. Well, rule of artery and structure is like dislocated bone? Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, your body will rot. Necrosis, ischemia. Gotta get that fixed. How? Don't ask me quite yet. But it's something that to keep in mind. We didn't really dig more into the concept in the classes, but I'm sure there was some type of intervention. Oh my goodness. Well, since the 100% I learned the most from Tippa, I usually lose brain cells from VTubers. No! No, bring them back. Sue him back for your brain cells. And hi, Watch, hi, welcome. Bearcat hugs you, welcome, gamer, Galmer. Asa says, when your vertebra goes out of position, you're gonna have a bad time. Exactly. And then my TLDR. And then we're done. Gamers, excuse me. I finished 59 pages of notes, and my final is in 2 hours, but I have to go meet up with my classmate. Let's go fight someone to raid. I feel like a mess. I promise tomorrow would be better. Why? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow will be the same thing. That's not me being negative. I would love to talk to my classmate about whatever's happening tomorrow. But tomorrow I also have an additional final, and it's gonna be my last final, so please look forward to it, as I'll be super happy Thursday, but I'll be happier after Saturday, because that means that I'm done with my practical, I'm done with the semester, and I'm free like a bird. I'm rebranding from Bearcat to Bird. Great work, Tippa. Thank you. I'm so happy. I just need to get through this, okay? I just need to get through today and tomorrow and the next day and the day after that, and I'll be so good. Thank you. Maybe says, in all the success for your exam, you'll rock this thing. I hope. I'm really hoping. But not to put that negativity. Again, on the midterm, I got literally an 88. Like, brother, I have such a high, like, not, would you say learning curve? Not learning curve. I have such a high curve. Nothing can stop me. Nothing. Again, because so the cups who just came in or are new, my school implemented a new thing this past few semesters ago where I need to get an average of a C or higher on my exams. And when you only take 2 exams in a semester, it gets kind of scary because then you're kind of like, oh, what if you failed your first one? Oh, brother, then I have some bad news. You gotta play catch up with the second one, I guess. Anyway, I found. No! I was gonna raid the cat too! Eh? No, Katsu's raiding, or did Katsu raid and then didn't press the raid button? No! Hold on, let me hear their conversation really quick. I have someone who I do want to raid into, but I didn't know Katsu was streaming. I got hit with an ad. Wait, Katsu, you're not ending. Wait. Good luck, thank you, Peachy, thank you, and thank you for hanging out. Normally, knowledge scares like people away, so I'm like, oh, thanks for coming on in, even if you see words of text, walls of text. Thank you. But I'm so free, And thank you, Isaac, thank you, well, thank you. Alright, I have someone I'm gonna raid, but they're singing right now. So, I'm gonna wait for their song to end. Ideally, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. I'm sure that it will end in 5 minutes. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do our little spiel. Thank you everyone for joining today. I appreciate it very much. So thank you. I appreciate it from again the bottom of my very heart. Feel free to check out the Discord. On Tuesdays we do anime night, which would technically be today, but we're on a slight hiatus until the summer anime season. So I will see you cubs the second week of July. So maybe you can watch some Oishinoko and whatever, and the VTuber series, and also what was our third one? I forgot. Anyway, I also ping when I go live, and you'll also see me gaming. So if you are interested in joining for some Overwatch or Fortnite games, you might catch me gaming there. So please feel free. Oh, okay, they're done with their song. Feel free to check out the Twitter. I have my schedule pinned up, so I'll be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock, same time, EDT. 1 o'clock PM, because I'm not a crazy overnighter person to study. I don't think I could even function at 1 AM. But... feel free to join. We're going to be studying again for our second and last final, so please look forward to it. No, this person's singing again. No, I feel so bad. No, I should have rated immediately. I just feel so bad rating into like karaoke streams. I think they're fun. I think they're a ton of fun. I just always feel bad if I go midway, so now I have to procrastinate. No. Anyway. But I guess I can yap a little bit longer about the schedule. So, what was it? Yeah, tomorrow 1 PM EDT, I'll be back with more Pomodoro. Thursday, I'll be back with more Pomodoro again. I promise. It's just the last week of the semester. Please bear with me. But I have one assignment I have to do, and I would love to study for my practical. So maybe we could dedicate some time in the morning. And then later in the afternoon, we're gonna be gaming, so it's gonna be a double stream kind of day. So please look forward to it. I want to play some Overwatch because I want to be a sweaty comp gamer and increase my rank from gold to plat, because that's where I truly belong. Also, please feel free to join on Friday. So Friday was a Cup Club Tuesdays, but I got into the closed beta for a Fragpunk, and I'm really excited to try it out. So if the game is not good, we'll change it. But if the game is good, we're gonna become OGs gamers. We're gonna sneak our way in there, put our toesies in. We're gonna be #1 bearcat in Fragpunk. Bear with you always. Thank you. I hope you always have a bear with ya. But yeah, thanks for stream. You got this. Good luck in your final. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, so if you're not subscribed, absolutely no hecking worries. Feel free to do the Gal raid with the bear emojis. And if you are subscribed, thank you so very much for your support. Feel free to use the Tipanya with the Gal raid. And we're gonna be raiding into Pohi. Yeah, right. maybe I should invest in learning the Japanese language one day. Kohei BT, they're doing some unarchived karaoke, and they're actually singing on High School Host Club, which is actually an anime that I haven't watched yet, but I would like to. Maybe when I'm in Yeehaw Land, that's another series to join in. Okay, finish Higurashi, finally watch Lane, Orin Host Club, watch Adventure Time. Yeah, Adventure Time's an anime now, by the way, Cubs. Alright, but yeah, it looks like they might be ending. Unless this is the middle of the song. I'm not familiar with the full song. Okay, she literally said final part. We're so good, gamers. Alright, so grab a raid message and hopefully I catch you Cubs tomorrow. And if I don't see you tomorrow, absolutely no hecking worries. Hopefully I catch you sometime this week. And if I don't, please have a good week, a better weekend, and until next time, okay? Okay, lots of love. Bye. Thank you so much for bearing with me. I really do appreciate it. Not to keep putting the bear puns, but I really do appreciate it because there's a lot of Pomodoro, and we'll be free next week with gaming. Okay? Okay. Bye. Da-da.